To be a dragon, you gotta be strong, humble, never bragging. Always fight for right, battling wrong with the power of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for right, the might of the dragon. With the mark of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon.
Never intentionally harm another. Do not battle if you can avoid it. Jimmy and Billy Lee are Dragon Masters now.
Dragon Master was born with the mark of the double dragon.
Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday, and hello everybody. Thanks once again, DSF, for the host, and well wishes. Good luck wish. Is that how you say that? Whatever. Yeah. So DSF viewers, any other new people who might be here, this is the 7th and probably final installment of the Double Dragon series retrospective that I've been doing over these past couple of weeks. And we've been exploring the history of the Double Dragon series, playing, well, I shouldn't say playing through every game, because we certainly haven't cleared every game. A lot of them were kind of impossible. But we've been looking at as many Double Dragon games as we can, including a lot of fairly obscure home computer ports, console ports, exclusive console and handheld games. And it's had its ups and downs, we can say. Let's get some jams going. Give me a second here. Alright, that's fine. Kyokusagani, Mr. Fui, Dedicated Lurking, Atomic Runner, everyone else who's watching, by the way. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Whoa. That got louder. What's on the agenda today? Well, we are going to be basically wrapping up this entire endeavor as far as official releases go anyway. We're going to be starting off with Double Dragon Neon, which is a game that I know a lot of people have been looking forward to. It's a game I've been looking forward to, I guess you could say. It's a game that I played when it first came out, and frankly, I didn't think too highly of. I thought it was okay. And I've been, like, it's just been one of those games that I've been the most excited to revisit in this project. A game that I played, and I have a pretty clear picture in my head of what I think of it. But I'm still excited to revisit it just to get a better idea, basically, of whether my opinions on the game are, you know, do I still feel the same way about the game? Will playing it after having played a bunch of other games in the Double Dragon series recently feel, you know, is that going to make me feel different about it? Will I like it less? Will I like it more? Will I think, you know, I'm not sure. Like, no matter how strong an opinion you form on a game or a movie, piece of media, whatever it is, like, I feel like enough years removed from that, it's going to be hard to distinguish what's your actual opinion and what's your, you know, fleeting memory of your opinion, if that makes sense. So I don't expect to think very differently of the game, but I'm excited to see if I will. Because honestly, when we did all the Batman games, for example, revisiting certain games had me, like with Batman Begins on the Xbox, that was a game I had very fond memories of. But in the years since playing it, I had learned that it was not received very well, and it was like generally considered a pretty mediocre game. So that made me kind of second guess my opinions on it. Like, was it really good? But when I actually replayed it, I thought I probably liked it even more than I did the first time. And I definitely had that same experience with Arkham Origins, which I, you know, spoiler alert, ended up being #1 on my ranked list of every Batman game. It's my favorite Batman game. I like it a lot, and I especially like playing through every Arkham game. Almost every game in that series, like, either shot up or fell down in my estimation based on, like, compared to my earlier memories of it. So it's like, even whether or not my opinion changes drastically on revisiting a game, or if it's just like my vague recollections get reinforced, I still always find that interesting, I guess. And today we're going to get that experience, I think, not just with Double Dragon Neon, but we're also revisiting Double Dragon 4, which I think ultimately I wasn't super thrilled with that game either. I liked it better than most people seem to at the time when it came out a couple of years ago. But it's also not, there's not a lot to it. It's a pretty small, simple game, certainly compared to Double Dragon Neon, which is probably like the biggest Double Dragon game, basically. And my expectations weren't super high, whereas I don't know if I should say I had high expectations of Double Dragon Neon. I don't think I really did, but there's a lot more that it kind of... It makes a bigger swing, right? It's more ambitious, so there's more that may have gone right or wrong, whereas Double Dragon 4 is such a small thing that it never could have... Like, even if it had been a disaster, it would still have been a small disaster, if that makes sense. And to be clear, I don't think it is a disaster, but it's just a smaller game all around. A real Batman connoisseur. I mean, I like to think so, yeah. I'm certainly not the best, most skilled player at any of those games, but I dare say that as far as internet Batman video game opinion havers are concerned, I would say I'm probably one of the more informed ones. For those of you who may not have been around for the Caped Crusade, my stream project of playing every Batman game that we did over a course of like 2.5 years, I'm just going to chill a little bit right here. Why don't I post this? You can read a lot more about that on my website, jiggy.com. I need to get better at actually self-promoting and funneling traffic over there. It's not much of a... I mean, there's not a... I don't want to completely undermine my own efforts here immediately, but I don't update super regularly, but it's a blog kind of thing where I put more long-form written sort of thoughts on games. Analyses, reviews of sorts, articles, including my like 20-something thousand word article series ranking every single Batman game from best to worst. So if that sounds interesting, feel free to check that out. But that's really not here nor there, is it? Batman is ancient history, and soon to be ancient history is Double Dragon. We are going to play through what should be the last couple of official games in the series. As of August 2020, who knows? A new Double Dragon game might be around the corner. Let's hop on over here to our scene and get ready to play some games. Oh yeah, let me what's this? Oh, dude, I'm so like stiff. My arms. So a couple of days ago, I haven't really updated this because I don't know what else to put here, but I reached the subscriber goal that I'd had, and I, in celebration, did a stream playing Kinect games. And you might be surprised to learn that I don't have a terribly active lifestyle. I spend a lot of my time in front of my desk, in front of my computer, especially this past couple of weeks when I've been on vacation. I've not, gone out to go to work or do much of anything, really. So going from that to doing like a 4 or 5 hour stream of jumping around and waving my arms, it took its toll. And then yesterday I got this new chair. I ordered this chair from IKEA, and it showed up, and I was kind of sore and tired yesterday. So I was like, do I really want to exert myself even further assembling this chair? But I kind of couldn't resist, and I'm glad I did do it, because I mean, it's not the best or anything, but it's a lot better than the piece of shit chair I was using before. So, yeah, I've like my, I've got like, what do you, I don't know what you call it in English, but I'm like sore. I have like muscle soreness. Is that a thing? I don't know. From the Kinect stream, and then my hands are all like fucked up from, you know, like screwing in all these screws and shit, assembling my chair. So hopefully, my body and mind are still in shape to at least play a couple of video games. Let's hope for the best, shall we? Anyway, I think that's enough preamble. I've been streaming for 32 minutes, and we haven't done much of anything, so let's get into it. Let's pause the music here, and boot up Double Dragon Neon. So I will be playing this on my Xbox One, because this game is on Game Pass. I have the Steam version. It's actually the version that I originally played, which made me realize that I did not actually play this on release. I was that unexcited for it, frankly. The game initially launched on 360 and PS3, and it came to Steam a year later. Yeah, we got the Million copyright. This was, of course, prior to Arc System Works acquiring the Technos and Double Dragon IP. I just realized, by the way, I did have a couple of like trailers for this game. You know what? Let's check out. Let's take a look at those trailers. I'm gonna stall just a few minutes further. So I'm kind of. I think they help set the stage for why. I mean, I've talked about this before, of course, but for anyone who's just tuning in now, setting the stage a little bit for my lack of excitement for this game. I happen to have two trailers. I'm sure there's a bunch of earlier video footage, but what I have here is the launch trailer, and then there's the second trailer that came out for the Steam version specifically. So let me just hide and mute this, and let's take a look at the official launch trailer.
Hey, man! It's Jimmy time! I'm ready!
I'm already like, oh boy.
Tubular! Gleam on! Eat it! Oh! Let's roll!
Naughty, naughty.
Oh, boo, boo! Billy to the rescue! Skull Magetta!
Just like Rare did 10 years earlier, WayForward basically just made up their own arch nemesis for Billy and Jimmy. Yeah, so the whole thing, I mean, I'll fully admit that my misgivings about this game early were entirely based on conceptual stuff more so than the execution of anything. I hated this faux nostalgia, like poking fun of these like 80s tropes shit. Like, I just hated it. I still don't like it at all. I mean, I still think I dislike it on like multiple levels. I dislike it because it is it's like insincere, it's unrelated to what Double Dragon is. Anyone who's followed this series will realize that what we just saw has no relation whatsoever to the previous like 2.5 decades of Double Dragon games. They're occasionally wacky. It debuted in the 80s, yes, but the whole like I don't know, the whole goofy cartoon. I mean, the actual 90s cartoon, I guess, is maybe what gets closest to this tone, but even then, it's not anything like it, really. Aesthetically, stylistically, tonally, this is like a completely different thing. And when I say it's insincere, what I mean, I guess, is like it's that whole the fact that it's like a parody, the fact that it's taking something and just poking fun at it. Um, I don't think everything has to be super serious all the time. By all means, you can have fun with stuff. You don't have to take everything seriously. But I don't like the idea of taking something that it isn't even like, it's making fun of something that never even existed in the first place. Like, it's the whole tone, and we'll see in the other trailer, it gets like 10 times worse. It's like playing up this aspect for being silly, and it's like kind of making fun of it. I think the game, when I actually eventually played it, I think the game, it's not as insincere as I first kind of took it, I guess, because it's like made up, it's unrelated, but I can appreciate that for whatever reason, like whatever they decided to do with the direction of it, they did go all in on it, and I think they executed well on what they set out to do tonally and aesthetically. So I think the execution was good. I just don't really agree with the direction they took. And yeah, like that's the thing. I mean, I think the biggest reason I had such a negative reaction to this stuff was because I felt not truthfully that it's wrong, that this isn't what Double Dragon should be, this isn't what Double Dragon is, because as we've seen for the past couple of weeks, Double Dragon has been a lot of different things. For anyone who was around for it, the fucking Giger Guts alien last boss of the Game Gear game was like ridiculous and out there, but it was kind of awesome. So going in different directions and doing crazy shit, I think, is encouraged. I do think that's a good thing. But what made me have a negative reaction was completely selfishly that this is such a different direction from what I personally would have wanted to do. And not just because I think this is like wrong for Double Dragon. This whole concept of ironic appreciation for earnest, heartfelt enthusiasm, this kind of snarky, wow, remember in the 80s when people had a good time? Wasn't that fucking stupid? Like, that whole thing, that rubs me the wrong way. Like you wouldn't believe. And yeah, like the whole tone of this is like, now when I eventually played it, I did appreciate some of the music and some of the stuff they did. Like some of the things that they were able to do with the game aesthetically and such due to this chosen direction, I thought was not bad at all. I think some of the art, some of the character designs in particular look great. But I still I'm still not sold on this direction exactly. But I did find a lot of things with the game itself disappointing in their own right. Yeah, so Bobinator, you say, to be honest, Double Dragon has its zero consistency as a series, so I don't think it's that weird, but that's just me. And I agree. Like, I don't think the moving away from something established to do something different, it's not that in itself that I have an issue with. It's just the particular direction they chose to go, I didn't agree with. But I also think there was something, I keep coming back to this idea of insincerity, which maybe sounded a little harsh, but the way the game was marketed, kind of, the trailer's like, the original beat 'em up is back, and we're going back to the 80s, it's the 25th anniversary. They're kind of playing up nostalgia for something that never existed in the first place, and it's creating this kind of false idea of it's pretending that it's not diverging from, again, and it's not like there's a super clear core and this thing is off on its own. Like, it's all a big mess, but there's just something about that whole thing that just annoys me. But yeah, the RPG stuff I didn't like in this game. The pacing, it's so sluggish. Like, it just didn't feel great. There's a few aspects of the visuals that I don't like either. But I would say, Bobinator, you say the RPG elements are the one thing I really don't like. I'm glad beat 'em ups moved away from that. I don't think that is an accurate assessment, to be honest. I think, well, maybe we do get, in the past 5 to 10 years, we might have gotten more beat 'em ups that don't strictly have leveling up and map screens and that kind of thing. But I still think it's, I don't know. A game like Streets of Rage 4, I think, is still a fresh of breath air in like actually being more or less designed like an arcade game. But I feel like that's the outlier, really. There's like so many more slower paced and grindy and tedious games. Like, basically, I think the beat 'em up genre, as far as new beat 'em ups go, there's still more of them that are bad than good. Butters BB, you have not missed Wander of the Dragons. Wander of the Dragons came out in 2013, so we'll be playing that after Double Dragon Neon. Let's presented without comment.
I'm bored.
Me too. Let's do something.
I know. Let's drink soda and hit each other.
Okay.
Wait a minute, kids. You don't want to do that. Sodas are bad for you, and being hit can hurt. Why not do it in a video game instead?
Whoa! Radical!
Double Dragon Neon has all the soda drinking, bad guy punching, high-fiving, mixtape jamming coolness that you'll ever need. And it's way healthier for you than getting beat up or drinking sodas. Just ask this scientist.
Hi, I'm not really a scientist, but I found this lab coat. This chart here says that getting hit hurts. You can't argue with science.
Double Dragon Neon is the future. A future where everything is totally radical to the max and no one ever gets beat up. And robots rule us all. And the brand new online co-op mode is totally cowabunga! Double Dragon Neon is coming soon to Steam.
Awesome!
Probably shouldn't even have watched that. I'm just upset now. But like, yeah, this is oh. I mean, I think I'm the grumpy old weirdo, right? This game was, as far as I can tell, successful. It certainly got a lot of traction, and honestly, I've never really heard many people echo my sentiments about this the tone and atmosphere of this. I've heard a lot more people express positive feelings about thinking it's funny or it's cool or it's whatever. Not specifically for this commercial, I mean, but for the game in general, and like the whole, the tone, the fake nostalgic whatever tone of it. And yeah, Sarsonovi, that's like what you're bringing up there is something I've talked about on a number of occasions, because it's like it's just something that I've come to learn about myself and my tastes and preferences and my attitude towards enjoying stuff, I guess. Like, maybe it's because I'm getting a little older and a little more mellow and a little more secure in what I like and don't like and what people think of my opinions and tastes and whatever, but I really hate the concept of ironically liking stuff. Like, you like it or you don't, and that's totally fine. Having to kind of coat something that's not currently trendy or whatever in this thick veneer of sarcastic lampshading in order to enjoy it is stupid. I think it undermines the enthusiasm and creativity that goes into making stuff if, like, the only way you're allowed to enjoy it if you pretend that you don't enjoy it. And, yeah, I don't know. I think it's totally fine to just be positive and enjoy stuff and not worry too much about it being silly if you enjoy it. I mean, I get it. I've grown up. I've been a kid and made fun of for liking stuff, or I've been afraid to express liking stuff in fear of being made fun of. And I can, I don't think that's unreasonable. It's obviously just the whole idea of, it's not the fault for anyone being afraid to express their opinions. It's the fault of the atmosphere that's being created in, by people being too, caring too much about what other people like, I guess. And yeah, I mean, Double Dragon originally, there's like nothing jokey about it. Like that's what I mean about this. The 80s that these things call back to were not the same 80s that the games depicted or came out in, even, really. So I think, yeah, I just can't get over this whole approach. I mean, I can get over it in the sense of I can play the game and I can judge the game for its own merits, but I can't be cool with this attitude. And, as far as my own creative endeavors, whether it's character designs or just fan art or game concepts or whatever it is, I could never bring myself to make something like this or to present something in this way where you're like making fun of this aspect, like making fun of, I can make fun of stuff, but not, I don't know, not without a very sincere appreciation for the efforts that go into creating stuff and like celebrating enthusiasm that people might have had in creating stuff, even if in hindsight it's a bit quaint or whatever. Anyway, there we go. I'm going to change my display here. Yeah, I mean, I think the game, obviously, there's a lot more to it than just the aesthetics and the tone of it. But yeah, it's my thoughts and feelings in this game are multifaceted because, as I said, I think the approach taken I don't like, but as far as that approach goes, I think the game is far less offensive than the trailer we just saw, for example. I think a lot of the music is really good. I think some of the ideas and like some of the stuff that happens or that they do as a result of this kind of tone are kind of neat and interesting. And they don't half-ass it, so I appreciate that. But again, like for everything I like about this game, there's like stuff I don't like. The artwork, the character designs, like on the screen right here. I think Marion's design is awesome in this game. I think, excuse me, I think Billy and Jimmy's designs are bad. I don't like them. I don't like the red and blue gloves. I don't like that Billy is blonde. The characters themselves, like in Double Dragon Advance and the Zeebo and iOS games, I didn't like how a lot of the enemies had this weird hunchback look. And in this game, Billy and Jimmy have that hunchback look. And I don't know, the whole Skullmageddon thing is like, man, I mean, I get that aside from Machine Gun Willie, there's like not exactly a set antagonist, but it's weird. I don't know. But then as far as like the game, just how it plays, there's definitely stuff that I dislike about it, or that I remember disliking about it. I haven't played it in like 7 years, so let's find out how we feel about it in 2020, I suppose. Yeah, the music's good. I don't like every song, but by and large, it's not a bad soundtrack by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, music is something that's consistently been pretty good in Double Dragon games. I mean, Double Dragon 5 notwithstanding. And that's definitely something where, I don't really have anything to complain about with the music. Alright, so we got light and heavy attacks, grab, duck. dash and super. Yeah, I don't like how the game uses like 15 buttons. I don't like how the dash works. But we'll see. Sure, let's rock the default. Anyway, we've that was another 20 minutes of not playing the game, so let's play the game. Yeah, the whole save data campaign, unlocking, leveling up stuff, that's... Ooh, I don't like it. I guess we have to play... I mean, I wouldn't pick another difficulty, but this too, like... I'm glad that things aren't quite this way nowadays, but this definitely came out at a time where there was a very strong incentive to maximize content, and, you know, the game has to have whatever. There has to be a bunch of busy work. You can't just have fun. You have to grind for everything just to have the game last for a longer time. It's goes completely opposite to how I think a good game should be designed. Mission 1, Main Street. In this game's case, the game is designed around you having upgrades for the higher difficulties. I mean, yeah, but that's the part I don't like. It's consistent in a sense, sure. I mean, in this particular case, it's not that I'm upset because I wanted to play on hard mode and I couldn't. I just don't like how all the different puzzle pieces that collectively take the game in that direction, I dislike, because I dislike that direction, not those specific puzzle pieces per se. Anyway, that's Marion taken away.
Marion? Oh man, not this again.
So we got the old Roll Blasters car. So right off the bat, one thing I don't like here is the something about the camera perspective and angle. Like the backgrounds are all 2D, I guess, and the characters are 3D. And there's something about the camera is like pointed too much. It's too vertical. So something about the viewing angle of the characters just doesn't line up correctly, in my opinion. It just looks weird. Anyway, we've got Matt in English here. We've got some references in. The running has like a 8-year startup, which I kind of hate. I like these like kind of enemy introductions. Already feels kind of terrible, but okay, sure. Like Williams, I guess this is also Williams. I don't know. I like his design. Okay, so we got a tape. Stances. Okay. Sosetsu. Alright, that's... Is this like the Double Dragon 5 Chuzitsu fake martial arts styles, I guess? I mean, not that Sosetsuken is a real martial arts style, but... So yeah, we pick up these tapes, and I guess we equip them to upgrade our stats. And if we collect more of the same tape, I think we level up the tape. Is that how this works? Jump. It's like, yeah, the movement is super floaty. Yeah, the hit stop is out of control in this game.
Hey, let's do this.
Okay, there's a duck.
Gymnastics.
Press grab, okay, yeah. Oh, it's so sluggish. The combo is slow, and the hit stop and the 8,000 frames of recovery. Yeah, the sound design is good. Alright, we didn't die at least. I do love Linda's design in this game. She's very different from most of her other designs. Wait, my weapon just disappeared. That's faithful, I guess. Got a whip. Like her animation, I like her voice lines too. Generally, most of the enemies I like in this game, like they have a lot more personality than many other Double Dragon games. You get actual color swaps. Alright, so some of Billy's and Jimmy's voice clips get a little obnoxious, but... Oh. Dude, why do the enemies have, like, absurd amounts of armor on every weapon attack? That's something I had no memory of whatsoever. Press the grab button, I guess. So the game has like a heavy attack and light attack, but I guess it's basically just punch and kick. I'm curious why they labeled it that way. Like there's tons of startup on like everything you do. The game really wants to talk. Yeah, that's like a very core thing. Hasn't Double Dragon always been kind of chunky? I mean, to a degree, absolutely. I mean, there's no version of any Double Dragon that's anything like, you know, Alien vs. Predator or that kind of game. But normally, like, you have moves that have started up a lot faster than this. Like, the super long hit stun on every hit. That's, I don't know. That's definitely not a thing. So yeah, that's like, I don't like a lot of the whole building stats and stuff. But I can kind of overlook some of the, like, that doesn't bother me as much as the overall, like, how do I put it? Ever-present, you know, aspect of, of stuff like being, like, you can play the game and not engage with some of that stuff or not care so much about it, but you can't really play the game and not punch dudes, you know?
He's a maniac, malevolent maniac. He's a maniac.
Alright, so we equip a special move. I do like this. It's silly, but again, going back to the what I consider to be a good execution of the concept, the fact that, like, these are all represented by tapes, so every tape has its own song. I think that's a fun concept. When are we gonna Pit Fighter Neon? Dude, imagine Pit Fighter with half a second of hit stop on every attack. So I guess the batteries are super meter for your special moves. Who thought that was a good idea? Whoop. Okay, so you just, when they're stunned, you press the grab button and you just throw them. There's no, like, actual grabbing. So Bobo blast through the wall like in the original game. That's fun. Duck. Nope, I was committing to that move, I guess. Wow, okay, no iframes on my special move. I guess that's Double Dragon's thing. Grab them? No. Air grab? I guess you grab them while they're in the air. Oh, it's a one-up. Oh yeah, the game has lives. Increases your gleam time. Yeah, so gleam is what you get when you successfully dodge an attack. probably a really good thing, but I don't know if I'm very good at using the gleam, so I think we'll stick with balanced. Yeah, the game's like meant, like, I guess that's the whole thing. Oh yeah, we go inside, okay. Like, because the enemies have armor, you can't just, like, you have to dodge shit and counterattack. I remember definitely struggling to kind of get the hang of the parrying when I first played this. So, alright, this is kind of a callback to the NES. Or there's a few boss rooms, I guess, that are kind of like this. Yeah, the conveyor belt to the pit. Yeah, I try to dodge, but oh yeah, I pressed the wrong button. That would explain. Yeah, the window to actually get the lead seems, I don't know. I'm like testing it out to see if I can learn it. Oops, okay. Oh, you can roll too, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not a super huge fan of like having to do it, basically. I don't know. The way it works too. I mean, I'll happily admit that it's you know, I'm not saying this is a complaint of how the game works, but personally, I haven't quite gotten the hang of it, and I think it's what I'm getting to is that the actual like frames of when you are invincible and not, as well as like how and why the gleam activates, is more ambiguous than I would like. I feel like doesn't the worm show up here? Oh, we beat the stage. Okay, not on this one, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't think that it's a hard thing, you know, in terms of the sheer numbers. But it's, for me, I think it's a little bit unintuitive.
Friendship.
What's up, D? Thanks for that Jaxophone friendship. Alright, so here's the thing too, like, we have stages, but it's still like this map structure, and if you want to go to the tape smith, I guess you have to play stage 2. It's a weird amalgamation, I guess, of like a non-linear kind of thing, but it still has stages. But I'm kind of confused again with the dodge, because I felt like I dodged things without getting gleam. I mean, I'm gonna keep trying and figure out. Oh yeah, you can.
Bro, give me 5.
High five to share health. At least we get the best song in the game here. Oh, okay. Right. I thought I would break that, but
Let's roll.
alright, let's just grab him in the air, I think. Oh, see, the run has like a full second to start up. Dude, I pressed right. if, but sure. I wonder if you can try to figure out. Yeah, you can sometimes cancel into a duck, sometimes not, I guess. And if you can cancel into the duck, you can get the roll, but yeah, I haven't quite gotten it down. Yeah, the game has like full on just go back to previous stages. Yeah, actually, let's take a look. We got a bunch of stuff here. Increase the stats with the focus on defense. Increase the stats with focus on attack. Regain some health with each hit. Fireball. Alright, let's stick with that. Yeah, like the I feel it's funny playing this after. I mean, it's been a while now. It's been like a year, but I feel like a lot of the annoyances I had with River City Girls are like exactly the same in this game. Yeah, sort of health probably a good idea right now. Do I get help from this? Nope. Oh, yeah, I do. I'll keep this because it'll make me a little more confident to fuck around with dodging. Wait, can I grab the barrel? I sure can. I'm not used to grab being its own button. Oh, okay, so the health just disappears. Alright. I figured there would be enemies here, so I wanted to use those things, but nope, that's not a thing.
Hey, let's do this!
Is that thing gonna explode or what? Yeah, like, I don't like how... I feel like there's very little you can do that doesn't require you to commit a lot. I'm fine with... like, not everything needs to be non-committal. But I think, like, it's so easy to just start doing stuff that you then have to commit to. Yeah, this song is awesome. Oh yeah, so here's... Tape Smith. Or is it the shop?
You buy. So Setsuken. Well, I should teach you myself.
Like, Sosetskin is all about the mixtape. Is it, though? I mean, in this game, I guess it is. Yeah, we have money. Right. Forgot about that. So we can buy tapes here. To level up. I'm curious how lives work. Do they refill between stages? Let's save our cash for now, I guess. Extra lives are temporary. Lose them between stages, yeah. Like, we're fucking around. If I game over on this stage and have to redo it, I don't really mind. It has the best song in the game anyway, right? So. Iframes, of course. Right. I'm trying to remember if this reminds me of wasn't there in Double Dragon 5 a stage that had like I think maybe it was Dragon Key something like a similar kind of ad. I think the level design in this, like, it's more varied. We actually travel between rooms and stuff in a way that you don't usually do in Double Dragon games. I appreciate that. But I don't love the look of, I don't know. It's a minor thing. As far as the things I dislike about this game, even visually, it's a very minor thing. But just the kind of the painterly, well, I should call it painterly style, but kind of
Like punks in a barrel.
CG kind of look. But it works well enough. I don't mind it. So it's not.
Ooh, time for some discipline.
Oh, 3 number is my health going back. I was like, why do we see damage numbers? See, like, okay, so I fucked up that dodge there. Let's see here. Iframes.
Ooh, time for some discipline.
Like I said, I like the voice lines. I like them popping into the foreground like that. Cool stuff. I don't like how the music, like the audio ducking for the music. Nope, okay, that's not enough. Well, it's classic Double Dragon. You're not sure how many hits it'll take to stun. I guess the game, yeah, the game does have like extra hit stop for the stunning hit. That's actually, that makes sense. I think that's a good idea. That means you can actually react to when you get a stun. That's a good thing. I like that. Oh, I didn't realize that. Pretty sure their attacks you straight up can't dodge. I mean, that makes sense. Like, not wanting to make the dodge fully super overpowered. But yeah, something about the like I said, the camera perspective of the characters related to the background. I mean, the background has this kind of oblique, weird fake perspective, but something about the way the characters are rendered with the camera angle just makes it look like we're looking at them from above. But when you look at the actual storefronts, whatever, the buildings, we see them like from straight ahead. Obviously, we see the street from above. So I guess the problem is just that we've got like multiple perspectives going on at once. Like, look at the ladder. It looks like the ladder is like full on just straight ahead. And then you look at Billy and we can see the top of his head. It looks a little strange. Also, Billy's blonde. That's bullshit.
I got my contact lens.
Hey! Got an achievement. But yeah, like, there's a lot of cool things like I said, about the execution. Like, I think the enemy behavior, their animation, stuff like that, we just saw the way the enemies spawn, introductions with the you know, the...
Found any good songs lately?
Like the name tags or whatever, like, all that shit I think is cool. I just feel like I have very mixed feelings about this game.
Let me tell you a story.
Skullmageddon's soul is made of mithril. He's a super lich. So we're gonna clean the clocks of his generals to get mithril, which we, I guess, yeah, okay, so that's the little rock. Yeah, the whole idea of this stage also is built kind of long, and we have the shop, and it, like, if you're gonna have a system for upgrades and stuff like this, why aren't the shop and Tapesmith on the map, like as part of a menu in between stages? Well, I guess we'll just collect this because you can't hold on to it. There's things like that that I feel feels a little weird. And I mean, it's possible that some of the structural stuff changed during development. Just avoid him while he's daunting.
Time for some discipline.
1, 2.
throw for some iframes. Like, yeah, enemies with like iframes and weird hit ranges and timings. You can get used to it, but it's
On your knees, please.
designed to be annoying, it feels like. Maybe I had iframes there? I'm not sure. Like again, but to be clear, I'm not complaining about the game being like poorly designed or it doesn't work or it's non-functional. I think it comes down to more like that some things feel unintuitive relative to how I instinctively want to play. More than anything, I think. I think there's a consistent timing for dodging between almost every enemy that you get used to. Yeah, right. Like, it's hard to put my word on it. Mix it up here.
I think they went in there.
I don't think we really need the
Seems like a trap, but I gotta find Marion.
live stuff. Alright. So I forget, is this the end of the level or do we... Alright, I wasn't sure. I forgot if this stage continued here. Yeah, I gotta get your space water. Alright, comb as a weapon? Sure.
Marion! Who are you?
Worst nightmare! Skullmageddon! How about you?
Like, I don't think this is a bad design. But, like, what's he doing in this game? The whole space cartoon stuff, like, it's kind of weird. The shadow boss, I don't know. Yeah, the comb has a thing, I'm sure. Like, but yeah, like the intro, the boss showing up and everything. Like, that's awesome. Like the presentation of a lot of that stuff feels very, like, high effort. But yeah, something about the, okay, I tried to dodge that, didn't work.
I'm your zygomatic arch nemesis! Scaffolding! Not so hasty!
Harku. Yeah, like, weird timing. Like the way...
Damn, I'm humorous!
How do I put it?
Not so hasty.
I gotta dodge it. Sorry. Oh, I should have tried to dodge that. right.
Time to make a marrow escape. Found voyage.
Like all this shit, like the animations, little set piece moments, that stuff I think is awesome. Just like I would love to see more games, beat 'em ups, do that stuff. Yeah, it's just such a whole experience. Everything is so like such a double-edged sword. Like there's stuff that's done super well, and there's stuff that I am, if not bothered by, at least befuddled by. The scroll. Trying to scroll to the chat window on Twitch is weird somehow. Might disagree, but I enjoy watching. Yeah. Like I said, I know a lot of people love this game. I mean, we had the same thing kind of with Return of Double Dragon, right? That's a game that a lot of people seem to love. Although I was surprised to see in chat many people agreeing with me that it's not a great game. But truthfully, I think it's also, the thing with this game is not that I think it's terrible by any means, but it's close enough to being great that the parts that are holding it back stand out to me. Honestly, I think this is the second best DD after Advance. It's definitely not my second favorite, but I do think it's absolutely fair to say that it's above average by a decent margin. I don't think it's poorly made. I just disagree with some of the design philosophies. Like comparing this to Double Dragon 1 and how like super smooth and fast the movement is in that game. Everything, like I just don't like playing a beat 'em up. I mean, I never, when I play beat 'em ups, I almost never gravitate towards the powerhouse characters because I just don't like having sluggish movements.
Man, he's gotta be around here somewhere.
And in this game, like obviously you don't have multiple characters, which traditionally you don't in Double Dragon. Like the walk speed is okay, but everything you do, like oh yeah, walking. All right, can I go faster? Let me run. Ugh, like having like a full second start up to the run, I just hate. It just makes running feel like shit. Okay, I guess there's momentum on the tackle that makes you slide it. All right, that's my fault. Streets of Rage 4 has like character-specific movement, basically. Alright, you can grab these guys. Good to know. I don't like, or at least I didn't like, the fact that you don't have a global run in that game. Alright. But attacking is fast and smooth, and you can cancel out of stuff, and you don't have to commit. And you can always save your hide by canceling into an invincible special move, which is something you can't really do here. But yeah, like the running, I've never played a beat 'em up where running feels as bad as it feels in this game. Like it's a weird timing. That's something I wanted to address during the boss fight, but I got kind of sidetracked. Where you kind of should be a little careful. Like, you need to kind of be a little apprehensive about when and how you attack. But if you stop attacking for a split second, like there, like, I guess you should try to abuse that. But like, if you leave a little gap in your attack, like by trying to not commit, by being extra careful and deliberate about my pacing of attacks, as soon as I give a tiniest sliver of a window for my opponent, they immediately attack. Like I said, you gotta learn to deal with that, but it feels weird. Axel is considered like one of the weaker characters in Streets of Rage 4, but I still like using him, honestly. Store behind the grate. Okay. So that first twirl, do I not dodge that? No, that's also an attack. How does this work? What? Okay, I gotta okay. Double dodge, I guess. I'll admit, I didn't think that you would be able to dodge multiple, or like cancel a dodge into another dodge. Smash dodge, I guess. Alright, getting hit at least let me attack. Is that like a low thing? Maybe rolling behind them to attack. I mean, I don't get the gleam, I guess, but it works. Why did I not get the gleam there? I get help from that, so that's good.
It's expensive.
Dodge too early. Platforming stuff is not nearly as, I mean, well, so far at least anyway, we don't have awful trap stuff. I know there's some trap stuff later. I remember Murphigator commented the other day that he thought that the traps in this game were handled decently well. Like they managed to put Double Dragon traps without making them like egregiously obnoxious. See, like, compare this to like the fucking Double Dragon 2 forest stage. Platform here is not bad at all. Yeah, so far anyway. No issue really with that stuff. Yeah, using a button to run and having a long startup and it's weird. It's weird. What's up, my god? Oh, I was thinking of the arcade Double Dragon. Oh, I wasn't at least specifically thinking of the NES. But yeah, that one's pretty bad. That shit. But it also, I mean, I guess it comes down to the fact that wow, okay. That's fine. I feel like I need to clarify, like, anytime I express disbelief or annoyance or befuddlement, like, I really don't mean to say that, like, wow, this is bad. I'm just surprised. Like, I feel like I've sort of painted a picture here of me just... Dude, I just turned to roll here. Hating everything about this game. That's absolutely not true. I'm just gonna do a weird kick. Like I said, I just find certain things a little unintuitive or having to get used to it. I like that you can destroy projectiles. But yeah, like as far as NES Double Dragon 2, I think the biggest issue I have with the platforming stuff there is the jumping is just a little clunky. Like there's a long startup and recovery to the jumps. Okay, cool. probably don't need that. Oh yeah, I didn't have all these before. Huge damage boost from below 50% health. Stronger as you hit enemies. I guess this means without getting hit. I never tried the fireball. Let's try that. Let's try this one, I guess. Oh, there's a ladder. I didn't see it.
I got the replacement plan.
Alright, so we use this to, like, unlock something. Do we have to deal with a bunch of enemies first? No, we just do it here. I see. Cool. Chino Rondo style. Alright, we got explosive barrels that we can carry. Nice. Wow, that did a lot of damage. I will say one thing I straight up don't like about this game is that when you take damage, just the way the UI sort of looks, the damage that's like draining from your health bar is hard to distinguish from the health you have, especially actually when you die, because it's like pink and slightly darker pink. Like, yep, I was committed to that. Nope, I was committed to that. I couldn't dodge. It's not super clear. You guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Like, when the health drops, as the meter goes down, there's like an animation. Because, like, the worst thing is in games like that is when the life bar, like, gradually drains, so you don't see how much damage you took. So the way most games do it, like post 1991, I don't know, it's like having it instantly drains, but there's like a lag of kind of an animation of a different color of the life bar draining, so you see how much damage you took. But there needs to be like a better difference in color, I think. The fact that they're both pink makes it needlessly hard to read. Chain attacks and get a nifty combo. You actually get a combo meter. That's cool. I think I still hate the look of this game with the enemy models and poses and shit, but the 2D cover art owns hard. I'm not the biggest fan of Genzo Man's art, the guy who did the illustrations for this, but I think that some of the illustrations he did for this is... I like it a lot more than a lot of the stuff he's done for, like, Udon Street Fighter stuff, for example. I think it fits reasonably well with the aesthetic with the game. Like, the visuals of the game are, like, consistent with his illustration style for the most part. I hate the logo, actually. The way the dragons are, like, painted in the logo looks kind of gross to me. But I think, like I said, for the most part, I like how the characters look in this game. I don't like Billy and Jimmy, not just their costumes and their designs, but, like, the animation. It goes a lot into how the characters move and behave during gameplay, right? Like, it's not just the way this spin kick, for example, is animated in like a in a vacuum, no pun intended. But how it feels, like the way it looks impacts how it feels. But like the actual, I mean, if you compare Double Dragon Neon, or not Neon, Advance, and all those awesome animations in that game to this, like, Billy and Jimmy just don't move in a cool way. I wouldn't say that the animation otherwise is like particularly amazing, but I have no issue with it. It's totally fine. I think the usage of like 3D models works well. The only thing I don't really like about it is what I mentioned with the camera angle. The perspective is inconsistent and that looks kind of weird. Yeah, I know there's like a run stuff.
The vacuum of space. I better hold my breath.
I'm just kind of stupid. Trying to get the hang of kind of the basics first. I think the style of the animation again is like consistent with the aesthetics of the game. But for the most part, I think the character designs are expressive and more interesting than a lot of other Double Dragon games. And overall, like the color blocking is good. Like it's, yeah, with the exception of Billy and Jimmy. Like I think the character design and the character art even is like one of the. Whoop, that's the wrong button. Kind of one of the highlights of this, really. Ah! Well, we activated the damage boost. I could probably get across there, but do you really dodge that? Oh, okay, I thought she threw it. Ah. I wonder if I get more damage for that. She should. Nope, she's fine. There we go, nice. Nope. Fucking enemies attacking from off screen. Good. Oh, still alive. Not a huge fan of how when Williamses stand up, they like the end of their wake up animation when they're still invulnerable, but they like stand up. They're standing up dizzy in a way that looks like they should be vulnerable. They're not. Electro-Altruism, what's up? Sorry, I didn't get any of my Street Fighter V wish list. Well, I'm not, I guess. Like it's.
Stop destroying my things!
I didn't really have a wish list so much as I think they should have. They could have gone interesting ways with it, but I'm not surprised in the least that they didn't. A grenade? I guess so. Yeah, I just think they should have. They would have been interesting if they brought back, or not brought back, but brought into the game some of the like story characters and side characters. Oh, so much for that key. That are like unlikely to ever show up anywhere else. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Oh, that's our game over, I guess. Oh, we just okay. We didn't actually die, I suppose. I didn't mean to roll. I'm dead now. All right. I guess we're doing this stage again.
Oh, time for some dip.
Weird animation. It's kind of weird that there's like a continue thing. Because you'd probably just go back to the map, right? I mean, people are just going to be upset no matter what, I guess.
Go Team Space! Zappa!
But I'm not particularly invested in Street Fighter V. I look forward to seeing what they do. Like, I think Dan was maybe the thing that sort of surprised me the most, because I didn't think of all the, like, as far as the safe choices go. I just didn't think that there would be much of a desire for a lot of people to see Dan. I mean, I think they've done a lot of interesting things with returning characters in Street Fighter V, and I think / hope that they would be able to do something new with those guys, and they've basically implied that Dan will have some kind of mechanics.
Hold your breath. This is hard vacuum.
Using his taunts, and there's some implications that Oro's pet turtle will have some kind of impact. So I'm curious to see what that's going to be. Like, I guess Akira, of course, is like the one surprise pick, which I think it's just my enthusiasm for Street Fighter V, or lack thereof, that has me like not particularly. So let's this one. Oh. That has me like, you know, it's the first time Rival Schools' character has showed up in Street Fighter. First time in a while we've seen any of them in anything that isn't some mobile thing or card thing or something. So like, it's cool, and I look forward to seeing what Akira's going to be like. And like, I don't know, it's been interesting seeing like Twitter people be very excited in general about the whole Street Fighter V reveal news stuff. Because I just feel like a jaded shithead, just not caring so much. And I'm happy for people being excited about it, but I think my overall almost ambivalent response to it is mostly down to like, well, I don't know what would have me. I mean, if we got some of those characters like the Street Fighter V story NPCs, whoa, that's not the wrong button. I would have felt like, hey, that's cool, awesome, good on you for actually putting some left field picks in there. But short of that, like, it's just not a game I'm terribly excited for. So, you know, I guess I probably would not have been super excited ultimately. Alright, let's see if we can hold on to the key better here. But it's I think the biggest part with
On your knees, idiots!
What the butt?
the biggest takeaway is like they've actually had they have a kind of a roadmap, and they've had some transparency. Oh, I dropped the key. It somehow didn't fall down there. I don't trust that it's not going to, though. Having a roadmap and some transparency what's going on is like a first for Street Fighter V. No, I try to pick up the key. And that's good. I mean, I think we've had instances in the past where it's been like months and months with no clarity on when, how, or even if we're getting any news or updates. So I appreciate that for sure. Now, if only 5 years later, now that they've starting to learn about communication and transparency, maybe they can finally fix the fucking netcode so the game doesn't run like shit online. Alright, we did it. I guess as far as like the character lineup, ultimately I think it's not an exciting lineup because of all the of the safe picks that they brought back. Oro, Rose, and Dan are not characters I don't really care much about. Yeah, you can just shit like this, right? Like none of them are characters that I like to the point of being like, hey, let's, I'm excited to see what they do. I mean, it is what it is. I don't see any. There's no point in being mad about it, right? Those are the characters that we're getting, and that's what it is. And I hope I'd rather have an interesting version of Dan than a boring version of Dan. I think he looks ugly. I don't like that he looks like in Street Fighter 4. But that's whatever. But there are characters. I think if they had announced Viper, Apple, maybe Fei Long. Like, I don't think those are necessarily. I think Viper is like the one character that isn't a weird pick that I legitimately would have wanted to see. I mained Apple in Street Fighter 4 and I really like him, but I think there's also same with all the wrestlers and stuff. Like, there's plenty of characters kind of like that already. So I don't know if I would have been that, would have loved it, but I didn't mean to do that. But there's Fei Long is a character I've enjoyed. So Viper, Dudley maybe, Makoto to an extent. Like, those are characters that they wouldn't make me super excited to pick up the game and playing it again, but I would have been like, all right, cool, we'll see what you got, with a little bit more enthusiasm than I have for the current lineup. But like I said, it's not really fair for me to complain in the sense that I can't give them any feedback on what I would have wanted to see that would have made me legitimately excited, Well, are they done with Street Fighter V? Season 5 will be the final season, but Season 5 starts in December and it's running until fall of 2021. So it's an additional year plus before we've received all the content. But I'm in zero rush for Street Fighter 6. Oh. Okay, is that a door, I guess? Oh yeah, because now we're in the Mega Man thing. Because remember, NES games, the 80s? Viper was Dims's baby. That's... I can't say you're wrong, but... I'm not sure if I buy that. I haven't played Rumblefish enough to know what Beatrice is like exactly, but I mean, Viper is in Marvel 3, she was in the Street Fighter 5 story mode. Oh, that's the one button. There's plenty of other, Seth and Jury and other Street Fighter 4 characters are in 5. I don't know, I strongly doubt that's why she's not in the game. So, okay, I have heard him. I didn't even know what I did, but I guess it worked. I'm not a big fan of this guy. I'm not even talking about the boss fight, although I'm not exactly a big fan of that either, but... I feel like this character is, designed to not be cool as a joke. Oh, and I'm trying to duck a lot of the time. It's just not coming out because I'm in an animation where you're not allowed to cancel, apparently. I can clearly tell that there's like a wind up to a slide. I'm not like blind, but okay. Yeah. Do this. See if we... Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was ugly, but I guess we did it. Yeah, this is the dragon. I mean, like, oh, I don't like the way this looks. Weird fur. The faces, like.
Robot. Better get on that bike.
But yeah, like stage transitions in beat 'em ups are like an awesome thing that I love to see. And this game has like good ones. Never a fan of the jokey retro theme of this compared to the earnest stoic martial arts theme of the old games. Yeah, I basically talked about that for like an hour before we started playing. And yeah, like I think to sum up that hour of chit chat, I think the game, I'm glad that the game doesn't like half-ass it. It's it leans into it, and it there's like stuff. It's less offensive in execution than it is in concept to me. Or rather, you know, I disagree with the idea of going in that direction. But as far as going in that direction, it's consistent throughout, which I appreciate. We cleared the stage, so that's a good opportunity to take a short break. I need to stretch a little bit, and if you guys have just parked on your butts watching this, you probably should too. So let's take a minute or two just to stand up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back shortly. That was loud.
Friendship.
Power up some more. Master, what's up? Never realized how much the DD4 cover owns. I'm not a big... I mean, I love the painting style of it. I just don't... I don't know. I just can't disassociate it from... like, the kind of jokingly weird Western localization nostalgia that it's like playing into. I agree though, like judged completely on its own merits as a painting, it looks cool and like it's well painted and it's a painterly style that I would love to see more games embrace. But I don't know, it falls in line. Like they did a similar thing for, was it River City Ransom Underground, that got like a painted cover that kind of recreates the original NES River City Ransom box. I don't know, I'm torn on it. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about, McCall, the humor and stuff, like I like that it's not half-assed. Overall, I think this game displays a high degree of polish. There's very few parts of this that I feel are half-assed. But yeah, tonally, it's like not by any stretch of the imagination anywhere in the same fucking solar system as what I would have wanted to see, or what I would have like gone with if I were to make a Double Dragon game. We getting fuzz phase? Nah, I don't know. I know of a lot of the secrets and tricks and stuff from just having watched speedruns and whatever. I don't know how to do any of them, and even if I did, I would do everything in my power to avoid that shit. Anyway, we're going to the countryside. Will the countryside be able to compare to the fucking majestic vistas of the Game Gear game? I doubt it. And yeah, like getting the NES Double Dragon 2 sprite on the map. Which doesn't match the design in the game at all. Like it's... Overall, like, I mean, I feel even more so now, having played all the other games, like, tying Double Dragon nostalgia specifically to the NES versions of Double Dragon 1 and 2 is like... Those are so far from the best games. They're well made, absolutely. But Double Dragon is so much more than just those games that I just find it irksome. I mean, I'm a curmudgeon. I have weird tastes. It's fine. I know it, but just indulge me in my weird esoteric annoyances, please.
Nothing like walking the streets of Earth.
But I like how this game, like yeah, this song is great. Space Dojo notwithstanding, I think this game does a good job of like having locations that sort of tie into stages from older games and stuff. They're not like full-on recreations exactly, but this obviously sort of paraphrases the forest stage from 1 and 2. Albeit with kind of a Chinese theme. The full, like, 2 seconds of armor during his startup on the knife attack, shit like that just bothers me. So let's take a look at the... Let's try successive strikes. I'm bad at dodging, but we haven't tried it, so why not? Hey, Murphigator, what's up? Speak of the devil. It's just mentioning having watched a bunch of your runs of this game. Bomb toss. Knee drop. Do we get a satisfying down attack with this? Not sure. Also, this is like super leveled up, so I feel like I'm probably better off using this. Iframes is the game's way of encouraging you to dodge. Yeah, I understand that. I think it makes sense. I think it's a valid design choice. I'm just not in love with how it feels. Knee drop is super powerful. Well, I guess we'll try it then. Who am I to argue with Murph? Spin kick is... Oh my god, now I'm all torn here. But let's try the knee drop. We haven't tried it yet. Does River City Ransom have characters with different stats? Well, Techno's games generally never had multiple characters for the most part. Double Dragon 3 has different characters, and Combat Tribes sort of has different characters, but I think they're all the same, maybe? I'm not sure. I think it's just like a player 1, 2, 3 thing in the arcade, but maybe they're different. I haven't played that game much. But you can, obviously in River City Ransom, you can level up and build stats and get new moves and stuff. Try to roll, but... Alright, that's my bad. No, I'm trying to roll. Alright, that's my bad. I fucked up. Ah. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Shadow Force would be the most fair. Yeah, I didn't ever play that game much. I really need to do something about that. But generally speaking, you know, they weren't that kind of mold that was sort of invented by Final Fight, I guess. Was not something Techno's games generally followed. Again, it's a basic thing, but I like how this game at least has like color variations for enemies. Now we got a decent combo meter here. No, okay. What did I just do there? I tried to punch and he hugged the air instead. I guess you can't do that. Fair enough. Catch up here. Hang on. Probably didn't need to pause, but oh well. Dude, why is scrolling the chat so fucked? Alright. Combat Tribes characters are slightly different, I see. Same moves, but different speeds and damage. I see. Okay, so basically like some different numbers, more so than completely different like move sets or anything. Can you flying knee into knee drop? Interesting, interesting. Williams having full costume swaps. Yeah, I love stuff like that. I like that like we get the Mohawk Lindas, stuff like that. Should play Sayu Gomaruko and Shadow Force as extra games. Double tap forward and light attack, you get an unfortunate push. Okay, that must have been what I did then, I guess. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Once we're done with what we're supposed to play for today, if I, you know... I can't resume with the back button. Alright. We'll see. We'll see. The only thing I have, like, what's on schedule for today is this game, Wonder of the Dragons, and Double Dragon 4. If I'm continuing with anything after that, on a different stream, the stuff I'm interested in doing is, like, Double Dragon fan games. Oh, okay, that's not how you catch it, I guess. Does the stream even need to continue after Wander of the Dragons? Wander of the Dragons may implode the universe. We'll see. But yeah, like the See, this game, being able to, at least if you do that, with the right power-ups, the right stats, the right moves, being able to kill a Williams in like 2 hits, that's something we don't get in every Double Dragon game. So I gotta appreciate that at least. Alright, so I guess these are also just Williamses. Nope. I think the game makes good use of the fact that it has like the 3D characters. It's not something I have had put much thought into, but I will say that I can see the argument for being like somewhat disappointed with the 3D, the look of the characters. Not that the character designs, but like the 3D models. Just on account of WayForward having such a legacy of like quality 2D art in games. I don't mind the 3D models in this, but if we had like, you know, comparing this to Batman the Brave and the Bold, or some other games, you know, DuckTales, whatever, like with really high quality 2D animation and like hand-drawn sprites, that could have been really sick for sure. Got it. Was this the same price as Wii Batman? Nah, that's true. But even so, like the game feels really polished. Like someone brought up the budget, and yeah, I'm sure this game wasn't like a multi-million-dollar game. Mostly they did 2D for their handheld stuff. I mean, they mostly did handheld stuff, I want to say. I mean, Brave and the Bold has 3D environments with 2D characters. But I want to say A Boy and His Blob is like all 2D. Shit, what was it called? The that vampire game spin-off thing. Was that WayForward? Shit, what was it called? Wow, why am I drawing such a blank? There was a series of games where you play as a vampire lady that had a 2D side-scrolling spin-off. Blood Rain, yes, thank you. I don't know if WayForward did that, but it seems like something they might have done. That was 2D anyway. Maybe I'm just thinking it might have been them because it was 2D and no one else made 2D games, but... That's effective. But I could be making that up. I mean, I guess... WayForward also made a bunch of other licensed stuff, like work for hire, that I'm not really thinking of off the top of my head, that I don't really know of, that was all 3D. So I don't know. I guess these are ninja traps. Dude, the perspective of his feet and the shadow in the ground, like, it just fucks me up. Hey, our knee drop powered up even more. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with his cartwheel. No, there we go. No, never mind. I had a brain fart. I tried to do a special move. I forgot which one I had. Even though I've been like consistently using it. Like, that's the thing that I'm kind of surprised that I feel like this game does well. Like, enemies aren't super spongy. It still is kind of like clunky. Like, stuff can feel slow in the sense that, you know, everything we've talked about with the animations and the hit stop and stuff, but the pacing in like enemies spawning and the the grouping of enemies, I think is fine. For a little bit dealing with those guys. Do that though. Let's just do that. The jumping knee into the knee bash is that's good advice. Am I hitting him or not? This really has early 360 live arcade game look. I don't know if I can agree with that. Like, this actually isn't ugly. I mean, parts of it kind of are, but there's a much higher degree of polish in this game than in so many others. Like, the rendering, it's not particularly fancy, but it looks nice. It doesn't have, like, I don't know. There's personality and style and polish to this. And, like, also, this is a late 360 game. Okay, I guess you were meant to juggle this thing. I hadn't really realized before, but yeah, I mean, overall, I think the only, aside from what I said about Billy's and Jimmy's designs that I don't like, as an overall, like, well, like, I have a volume control here that I, like, bumped into. It just got super loud. As a total package and how it's presented, the only things that I kind of don't like the execution of is the backgrounds. They look fine. They look serviceable, but they're not particularly evocative or, like, great looking. They're not bad. They're fine. It's totally fine. Like, in some sense, it reminds me of like Street Fighter 2 HD Remix, where the backgrounds had this really cheap digital art-looking style to them that clashed with the also ugly, but in a totally different way, character sprites. I think this game's backgrounds are nowhere near as ugly as Street Fighter 2 HD's backgrounds, but they have something in common with them, some kind of that sort of cheap Photoshop style to them. And I think that's exaggerated by the fact that everything is done so, just from a purely aesthetic perspective. You can see it perfectly right here. There's so many right angles. Things are drawn very straight and very rigidly in a way that it looks even weirder with this high resolution and high level of detail. Like, if you have a background on the NES, yeah, of course, it's going to use tiles, so they have to go through a lot of effort and trickery to hide the fact that it's built on a grid. In this game, I feel like it's clearly, if you look at the backgrounds, I mean the far background with the hills and everything, like, there are parts of this that don't feel that way. I get the impression that the sort of very angular grid-like style of the backgrounds is completely intentional. And it looks weird to me. It looks unnatural and it looks kind of ugly. Because, yeah, we get into this, we get, like, nice parallax scrolling, we get... I mean, this is the most exciting background. But...
I hate to fall down here.
Well, fuck that up. But it's at least not as, like, stiff and rigid looking as anything with, like, buildings and architecture. wasn't hit by the arrows. High frames on that though. So I would say, like, I think as far as like blending 2D and 3D,
Why are they still alive? Blow them away!
I think the game does a decent enough job, and it works better than many other examples I can think of. Above average, I think it's fair to say, for the time and for this style of game. I pressed the wrong button. What's going on with the audio now, though? Oh, I don't have meter. I forgot that special meter is a thing. Oh, I hate that. The fact that they stand up. Like, if you don't pay too close attention to each individual enemy, it can get a little confusing when the Williams stand up like that, and it looks just like there's dizzy animation. I mean, it doesn't look just like it, but, you know, they have the same, they kind of bend over as if they were stunned. I'm not in love with this gimmick stuff, but at least it's... I've seen a lot more egregiously annoying gimmick trap stuff. Both more stupid traps in Double Dragon games, but also like that god-awful stage in shit, what's it called? The takeover with the weird creatures and the guns and shit. Like, that stage was awful. At least in the version I played. Oh, game over. Maybe I should pay attention. Man, audio levels seem to go kind of crazy on that stage. Yeah, I played the takeover in early access, and I thought the game kind of was a little bit sluggish and dragged a bit. It was really, really long, but it was still kind of cool. And in that version, you could like super easily infinite. You could just cycle like punches and kicks into each other forever, which was kind of satisfying. They removed that eventually, but when I got to that machine gun part, I just quit right there. The non-combat stuff isn't great, but it's very non-offensive in this game. I agree with that assessment. Like I'm finding myself impressed with.
I need to fall down here.
I definitely feel so far that I like this game. I'm feeling more positive on this than I feel I was, you know, based on my just memory of it. Because I think all of those other things that aren't, you know, the core mechanics, basically, like, I still have misgivings about some of how the combat works. I just don't love the feel of it. Like, again, with the long hit stop, the pacing and the speed, like, the lack of sort of rapid attacks, the weirdly kind of having to commit kind of hard to stuff like that, where I just don't think it feels great. But I am impressed with the kind of the pacing And again, stuff like this, the helicopter gimmick stuff, it's like, it's kind of... It's not great. But if you remember, if you watched when we played like Mother Russia Bleeds a while back, right? The sections where you have to like dodge the helicopter gunfire, it just happens to be a helicopter in both cases. That's not why I'm comparing it, but it's like something that kind of gets in the way of the combat. Or even the section in that game where you had to like prevent the guards from picking up a radio. Like those parts dragged and they were awfully paced and they just sucked all the fun out of the game. And while this isn't exactly great, it really doesn't overstay its welcome anywhere nearly as bad. And even the fact that the patterns keep changing, like it's not doing the same thing over and over. You might complain about this kind of stuff like being in the game in the first place, which fair enough. But for being this kind of stuff, it's a lot less egregious than I feel like it usually would be. So, like, the game, even though, again, I'm not a huge fan necessarily of some of the core mechanics and how they function, it's still a lot of the things that I would kind of expect it to mess up a little bit. It kind of doesn't. Like the pacing, the enemy health, the enemy waves. It's like mostly pretty good. So I'm kind of surprised with that because comparing, like when we first started playing this today, the first like 2 seconds of gameplay is like, oh yeah, this kind of feels like River City Girls, and I dislike the same things about it, But I also feel like I've seen so many worse examples of some of the things I don't like some of the RPG-esque things that like the little, you know, the slight extent to which this game does some of that stuff. It's, you know, it's really nothing at all to be upset about when it's been done so much worse. I still don't really like the map stuff. I don't like the shop stuff. I don't like the upgrade stuff. Like, I think the game would have been probably better. I would have liked it better anyway without some of those things, or with less emphasis on them. But they don't drag the game down nearly to the same extent as I kind of remembered them doing. If this isn't great non-combat stuff, what is? That's a good point. I think it's a fine balance to strike, because I think the whole idea of stuff like that is to basically create some variety, right? Like, ideally, the core is fun to the point where you don't need to, you know, do other stuff. Well, first of all, I'm like focused on this, so I guess I'm having a hard time thinking about other stuff. But yeah, like I think the sort of light platforming stuff you had in the space stage was kind of cool, or at the very least totally inoffensive, totally fine. I guess maybe one shouldn't think of it as like combat and non-combat stuff, but just like gimmick stages. Because that's kind of... Because yeah, if you like remove combat entirely and make it about, you know, have a driving segment or a shooting segment or whatever, maybe that's harder to have be fun or interesting or feel like it's part of the game. But something that creates unique combat scenarios. Like, we can go back to Street Rage 4 again, a game that I definitely like a lot. I think that game does a good job of... I don't know about creating like super unique scenarios per se, but like mechanically doesn't get super crazy. But it has, just by slight variations on stuff like the areas where you have the bouncing, like the wrecking balls, or pits, or certain combinations of enemies, or the slippery floors in White Tower, stuff like that can be enough to make the game not feel samey. If you go like full Battletoads, just like completely reinventing game mechanics per stage, that can, I think, maybe not work super great. So I think that's kind of what it comes down to. But speaking of shooting stages, I think the arcade Punisher game, right? Like, it's the same thing there. It's not stages, but the shooting segments where you use the gun. That's gonna be like arrows. Shit, yeah. I think those work really great. And they're like brief and infrequent enough to like not... I'm gonna roll there, I guess. Not ruin too much. Like, okay, could I have dodged her wake up? Maybe just make sure that she doesn't wake up anywhere near me. Yeah, I don't like Williams' wake up. But yeah, like being able to kill enemies quickly like this is satisfying. And when I first played this, I feel like I've played more annoyingly RPG beat-em-ups now than I had then. So it took less to come across as more egregious, I guess. Because I still don't like that stuff, really. No, okay, I was like, hey, I'm still alive. Nope, I'm not, because I misread the life bar again. That said, can we agree that maybe the Scott Pilgrim game wasn't all that hot in retrospect, or is it just me? I'm not with you entirely in the sense that I hated it when I first played it. I didn't hate it, but I hated the RPG aspects. I hated that you started the game with a super incomplete moveset. Like, I love the art in that game, but I mean, it was like kind of like River City Girls. I love the art, and I didn't like anything else, really. Well, the music, but I mean, like, the presentation. The aesthetics, I liked. The game, I didn't care for. I didn't play it a lot, but what little I did play of it, I didn't really enjoy much. Oh, we have to redo this entire thing. Like, it's similarly to how I felt about River City Girls. Was like, well, okay, got a floaty arrow. If you just stripped out all this stuff that makes the game annoying and made it into an arcade-style game, it might be pretty cool.
Okay, we're back. Now you'll really be defeated permanently.
Alright, jump kicks are faster than walking. So I was definitely never... I mean, Castle Crashers and Scott Pilgrim are like my go-to examples of modern beat-em-up games that everyone loved, that I didn't care for much at all. Probably mouth back. Yeah, we'll stick to the absorption now. Stealth Pilgrim is cool until you understand how it works. So like one of the experience I had with it that I definitely did not enjoy was trying to play it with a friend. Because he had like save data, so his character was like overpowered relative to like I had to start with a new save slot basically. So it's like the first order of business was like, all right, let's do the first stage that's like 4 hours long for some reason. Then we use a hidden secret thing to go into this area where you can cheat and get super high XP or whatever. Like all the time doing this, like he had to carry me because he was like leveled up and my character had 2 punches and no other moves. Like it was so built around the leveling up and building up your moveset aspects that not only do you have that awkward thing where like you start off as a shitty, incomplete character, you also have another thing I hate where you have to have your save data. Like for a genre where you ostensibly want to be able to do local multiplayer, like any kind of multiplayer in a game where you have like save data and stats built up over multiple sessions, it's not by definition undoable, but it's by definition like it comes with a lot of sort of baggage and stuff Oh, I thought I could stun him in time. Like, you have to make sure that the game works with people of, like, you know, multiple, not skill levels, but, like, how many hours have you put into your save file? How leveled up is your character? Because if you're in a super uneven playing field, it's not going to be fun for everyone, and the question is it going to be fun for anyone? Because, like, even if by some miracle the process of leveling up is like handled so well that you get that gradual sort of, and I mean it can be done well in action games. You can look at stuff like, I don't know, God of War or Ninja Gaiden or something where you get new moves. I don't know, Bayonetta, like, I'm not 100% against the concept of leveling up in an action game. But imagine a game like that where you have like 12 hours on your save file and then you try to do a co-op mode with someone who, like, I guess Bayonetta is not the greatest example because in that game it's actually fun to play from the beginning because you have everything you need. Which I think is also the case for River City Ransom, by the way. For everyone that, like, defends tedious progression systems by saying that River City Ransom had one and that's fun. It had a progression system, yeah, but it didn't have, like, a egregiously tedious one, I didn't think, because simple as it is, you kind of have everything you need when the game starts. Fine, okay, at least. I think we'll just stick with the absorb. That's keeping me alive a little bit better, at least. Nope. I didn't mean to do that. Like, I have to be super careful about where I knock her down, because we're in one of those Double Dragon style no Z-axis movement parts. during which I can't avoid her wake-up attack, basically. I mean, I can dodge it, but it's not super easy. Whoa, what happened to his shading? Super fucked up here. Oh boy. Oh shit, she dodged it. Nice. The way I remember it, you had everything essential unlocked by level 2 or so, then you didn't really need to grind. That's entirely possible. But playing with another person who was leveled up, like we were just never in sync. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good structure. Can I? Probably not. Oh, I guess you could take the upper path. Well, whatever. Could I? Probably go. Well, whatever. Yeah, of course we're referencing the worst part of NES Double Dragon 2. But hey, I appreciate that it's...
Good thing I trained for this. Time to use my anti-tank technique.
The game is like doing its own thing while... Wait, can we punch these things? This looks ghetto as hell though, I gotta say. Like, so weirdly flat. But hey, this creates variety, and I think this part, it doesn't suck ass like the actual Double Dragon 2 tank. It's like sort of charming. Probably need to stick around doing that, but whatever.
Why does it even have a weak point? Couldn't you put a cover on it?
Do that. Oh, still alive. I don't understand exactly why those like markers, like showing where stuff's gonna land, keep blinking and moving. It's a little confusing. That's fine. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Orfam. Or whatever happened there. Alright, I can even stand up here. I guess I didn't realize. Did I just kill myself? Or is that meant to happen? Probably was meant to happen. Landed. But yeah, even stuff like this, like it's a bit silly, but it works a lot better than even in some older actual Double Dragon games. Can absorb some health with these guys, please. Oh, shit. I keep hoping that I can stun them in time. Alright. Respawn. Oh, I guess I have to... Yeah, I can't really hit it very well unless I grab the barrels. Sure how those things actually get there. Can I hit it from down here, or like a scripted thing now we have to get the barrels? think that works at least. Talking about Symphony of the Night. Yeah, I mean, I think incorporating those kinds of progression systems in an action game, like, it works fine in games, I think, where... I actually get health back from these. In games where those systems, managing systems and stats and all that, like where that is the game, I have no issue with it at all. But when you connect it to like a skill-based element, I think it's hard. Whoa, accident. Whoa. Made it super loud for myself by accident again. The seat of my new chair is a little wider, so it's like it more easily bumps into my little volume slider on my headphones. Those kind of systems, numbers-driven designs, like mechanics.
Now's your chance to capture him. Take him to the lab. I'll make him a new brother.
Those kinds of systems and like an action-based, skill-based systems, I think it's very hard to couple those two types of systems without undermining or compromising one or both of them. Even a game like Symphony of the Night that obviously has a lot of great stuff going for it, I think a game like that, I mean, I haven't even played that game a ton. It's hard to get the balancing of difficulty and challenge right, because I feel like those games are often, like, rarely in that sweet spot of fun challenge, because, like, even if you get to that point, you know, take a wrong turn to go somewhere where you're not intended to go, or accidentally level up a little too much, and, like, it can easily get too hard or too easy. Now, of course, being easy, in my opinion, you know, trivializing something to the point where it's no longer engaging isn't a great thing. But it can... You can have a game that's super fun, even if it's really easy. I think, generally, I'm more put off by a game being too hard than being too easy. But it depends on what you're looking for in the experience. Like you're saying, Sword Fam, just loved exploring the castle, listening to the music, and having a good time. Yeah, the combat action aspect of it might not be what you're looking for exactly. It might not be what you're the most concerned with. And if it's not, then I think it's totally fair to say that that aspect isn't going to impede your enjoyment. And honestly, I think I'm probably in the same place. I haven't played Symphony of the Night a ton, but I've completed most of the GBA and DS Castlevanias, and I've generally enjoyed those quite a bit. And even, you know, because there's other things to kind of get satisfaction from and not just the combat mechanics. But I think it's kind of goes without saying that if you're talking about a beat-em-up game, it's a different story. Because those games are 90% combat, and the mechanics are really important. Like, exploring the environments in a game like this isn't exactly...
Oh, man! More like science unfair.
It's you know, it's not the most exciting aspect, probably. What do you think about the progression system in the game that is the human document of FMW, where after Onita fights himself outside the exploded White House in order to fulfill his destiny, you unlock a dream match with Combat Toyota and Megumi Kudo for no reason, but it owns. Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling, it's not only the greatest acronym for a, like, wrestling league organization or whatever.
What is this? Some kind of lab?
But it is an awesome game. But it doesn't really have much of a progression system, does it? But joking aside, like, I think it's I just, you know, personally am more... I prefer, like, arcade-style games. And progression... Alright, new character. It's a fine balance. It's like easy to get wrong. And I don't think it's like that it's bad per se. Even within the beat 'em up genre, you can have stuff like Knights of the Round where there's a level up system that never really gets in the way, or Dungeons and Dragons, whatever. But what I take issue with is more how it affects pacing and making the game tedious to play. And like removing that instant accessibility aspect. Oops, I meant to grab that. And certainly FMW has great instant playability. It's an awesome game all around. Like my grievances that I have with that sort of thing, like I think it comes a lot with kind of market trends around this time. Yeah, we're not completely out of that jungle yet, but like when we started getting smaller download-only games, in general, as games like throughout the 2000s started becoming longer and bigger, and you know, there's a lot of PS1, even PS2 games that it's like, hey, this is just a linear action game, it's 3 hours long, and that was like nothing weird about that. But at some point, you know, there started expectations. Can I pick that shit up, please? You know, we started reaching a point where, for whatever reason, people felt that if something isn't 6 hours or 8 hours or 12 hours or 20 hours or whatever, that it just like something is wrong. Like, this is a video game, ergo it needs to be X hours. Like, if I press start on the title screen and I see credits before 8 hours have passed, then the game was bad. Like, I think that is the core thesis, I guess, that I take issue with. And I've never subscribed to that like ideology in any form, really. And I think that mindset is like the root of so many trends and ideas in game design and marketing that I just disagree with, and I think to a large extent make for worse game experiences. Arcade games with leveling up stuff is awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think by nature of being an arcade game, not only are you almost forced to avoid some of the things that I think can be troublesome with that kind of design, but also, unfair as it may be to say, just the fact that it is an arcade game, like no matter how that thing is done, like it creates a novelty that makes it interesting. That can make me like it better than I would have in a console context, I guess. And again, it's not strictly leveling up or progression mechanics that I dislike, it's just the baggage that it almost invariably comes with, particularly within genres which otherwise are more typically arcade style. No idea how many times I've heard people say the game was awesome but was only 10 hours long. Like, yeah, I hate long games. I love games that are like short and fun to play multiple times. You have no idea how many times I have said, you know, okay. I've said, you know, the amount of times I've finished a game and been upset that it's already over, like, that has almost never happened. But the number of times I've played a game and not seen it through to the end, it's too many to count. And is that because they were boring, repetitive, too long, whatever? You know, it can be any number of things, but it doesn't really matter. It's just, you know, there's a weird obsession with the idea that a game, that an experience, your time spent with a game, starts at the title screen and ends with the staff roll. I think that is such a weirdly reductive way to look at experiencing games. You can hit the knives. Yeah, I tried it and it didn't seem to work, so I didn't try it. This is visually kind of neat, but man, it's a little harder to see when they're doing armored stuff, I think. So, like, I think judging a game by how long it is, i.e., the amount of time taken from title screen to staff roll, is, I think it's a completely irrelevant metric, because obviously I feel like the important part isn't how long, like, for someone who finds that to be a relevant metric, I think they have a very narrow and honestly, not just a narrow view of how to play a game and enjoy it, but also like a self-defeating one, in a sense. Like, if you are incapable of if the idea even is foreign to you of enjoying a game past having seen the credits, you are robbing yourself of a lot of potential fun and, you know, interesting experiences. So the question, I think, shouldn't be how long does it take to get from the title screen to the end credits. The question should be, for how long can this game entertain me? If the time aspect is whatever. Like, I think, actually, there's two questions that I think are relevant. The first question is, or, you know, one of them, in no particular order, one question is, how long can this game sustain entertainment for me? How long can I spend with this game and keep being entertained? The other question, I think, is, what is the commitment required of me from this game? Like, how much time am I expected to put into this game in order to get fun in return? And both of those questions, I think, are far more relevant for me to figure out if I'm interested or in enjoyment of a game. Because there might be games that, like, you know, super in-depth simulation games where you can get thousands of hours of fun, but you need to, you know, you need to commit a lot of time to learning and understanding the game before it really gets fun. And that might put me off because I might not have the patience to get to that point. And I think, like, story-based games or, you know, action games that are doing this kind of narrative thing as opposed to being a brief mechanically focused experience, they can easily end up in a spot where they're just so long that even if mechanically the game is engaging, because I didn't get to the end because it got a little too repetitive or it asked too much of a time commitment from me, I end up not getting the whole experience, I end up not seeing the whole story, and I end up leaving the game on kind of a sour note. Whereas a game that's like 90 minutes long, if it's satisfying and has that entire, you know, you get the full experience. If it's fun to actually play, playing it again is going to be its own reward, and I can keep playing it probably multiple times. So that's why I will pretty much always prefer a game that's short, but is fun to play multiple times, whether or not there is any kind of meta progression or unlocking aspect or not. I mean, that's one way of creating extra sort of engagement. But I hate the idea that, like, that's why I don't like the term replay value, because it's almost always associated with, like, the game itself not being enough. Like, what does the game, like, if playing the game isn't fun after you've done it once, and the game has to provide extra incentive, I feel like that's like kind of an indictment of the game in a sense. Not always, of course. I'm generalizing an awful lot here, but I prefer games, generally speaking, that are fun, where the act of playing the game is fun and is its own reward. But you know, I've played through games, you know, whether they're like mystery solving games or narrative experiences that just like, yeah, you aren't gonna get that much out of it a second time, and that's totally fine. I don't think every game needs to have infinite replayability or whatever. But the idea that a game is worse for being short, I think, is preposterous. I think far more games are worse for being long. Like that's, I feel like that happens all the time. How long is Neon supposed to be for a casual run? You should probably ask someone who's like played it multiple times. I think, I mean, my memory of it is that it's like a kind of a long-ish slog. But I'm realizing playing it now that it feels far less like that than my memory of it. It is long for sure. I mean, it's not, you know. You can see our playtime right here. We're at 1 hour 40, and I think we're in the. We're not at the end, but there's not that much game left after this. There's 10, 12 levels, something like that, maybe. Yeah, of course, the Beamy and Jammy, the silly little reference to the NES Double Dragon 3 intro typo. But yeah, we've been playing this for like a couple of hours, but that's because I stopped to lecture ever so often. But yeah, I think length as an abstract measure is also not as meaningful as pacing and how it feels. You know, a game like Resident Evil 4 is a really long game. It's like 20 hours long or whatever. But I think that game is really well paced, and it keeps throwing new stuff at you at like just the right intervals to not make it feel cool. I got like generated for sitting in the fire. Whereas the game can be an hour long, but you feel like you know, mediocre console beat 'em ups that's like 90 minutes long, which isn't. I mean, it's probably a little long for beat 'em up, but not weirdly long. But when it feels the same throughout, you know, you feel like you've done everything. Like Commodore 64 Double Dragon 2 felt super long, and it was like an hour, 15 minutes or something like that maybe. But you just do the same thing over and over and over, and there's like no variety in enemies. You fight one and maybe two guys at a time. So all that stuff contributed to it feeling tedious. And that's, you know, what you want to avoid. Hey, Sharpie, what's up? Alright, this is getting a little chaotic. I do like, by the way, how this screen, this is like the one screen in the game where the camera angle and the perspective of the floor seems to match the characters. It's weirdly like not a thing otherwise. Yeah, Spectrum Double Dragon 2, which took like 10 minutes. That was fun. I don't think that's a game that has like longevity. Like, you probably have done everything you can do in that game after a few playthroughs. But it's fun. It doesn't stop being fun within that single playthrough. Don Murlock, what's up? Been listening to you for a bit and totally agree. Thank you. I enjoy getting validation. Alright, we get new ninja swap character model swaps, I guess, of the ninja characters. Honestly, I'm impressed with the level of variety in enemies in this game, visually and mechanically. Like, for a Double Dragon game especially, that's not something you tend to get an awful lot of. Like, yeah, I'm impressed with that kind of stuff, because it's, like I said, I think I've played so much worse that I can appreciate the things that this game does well and does better than many other beat 'em ups, new or old. You know? Yeah, being able to do the knee bash out of the hit stun is definitely a blessing. Sorry, let me catch up a little bit with chat. I like that we get little different artworks here, by the way. Let's see if I missed anything important. So yeah, I don't know exactly how long this game is meant to be, but I would say, I don't know, a couple of hours at least. I value my time and money when buying games. I feel some games are not worth buying full price with my limited budget, but it's more a matter of genre and game by game basis than anything else. If I can buy 3 games for $60, I'll probably rather do that than buy at launch. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't judge anyone else's financial situation and concerns about getting your, bang for your buck. But I think that's a kind of a separate conversation. If you buy a game for $60 and it's a game that is meant to be played once, and it's like maybe a narrative kind of experience where after you've seen it, it doesn't have to be like a surprise twist ending or something, but like just a point and click adventure, for example, is something that can be fun to replay, but many of them are kind of, once you've seen the story and if you know the puzzles, it's fun to replay once enough time has passed where you kind of forget some of the puzzles and stuff like that. If it's expensive, you play it for 2 hours, you're done with it, there's nothing more to it. Yeah, you might feel like you've gotten kind of ripped off, or, that was it. But I do think that it's unusual for a game, for a good game anyway, to be that, where you finish it and then there's nothing else to do with it. And if that is the case, I would say that the problem with the game wasn't that it was too short, but that there was like that there wasn't anything else to do with the game, or it wasn't fun enough to play it multiple times. Again, it varies with the type of game it is. A game that's a story that's, just being told, that kind of is what it is. And yeah, that's maybe the one thing where I could see that argument. But even then, I think it's more a matter of, shit, I should have spent my money elsewhere where I could get more entertainment for it. I don't think it's even fair to criticize the game per se. Like, the idea of quality being related to how long something lasts is just preposterous, I think. But saying that this looks interesting to me, but in my budget I cannot justify spending this much money on it, I think it's a completely different thing, and it's a super valid thing, of course. But the idea that it is poor value if I see the credits after 6 hours instead of 12 is kind of a reductionist view that I think I was going to say that doesn't align with reality too often. It does not align with my reality. I mean, if I was in high school and had infinite time, maybe, I'd feel very different. But I don't remember ever actually feeling that more easily. I think I might have gotten some new tapes here, so I'm not sure. Sorb's done a good job of keeping us alive, and I don't think enemies feel too tanky, so I don't really feel like I need more power, really. I actually really like using the knee drop, so I feel like I'm gonna... I think I'm just gonna stick with it. These days I value the quality of the fun I get rather than the quantity of the fun per hour. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm right and everyone else is wrong, of course. You can't really argue with how people feel, but I think it turns into an issue when publishers pressure developers into making games more tedious in the pursuit of a higher number of hours, you know, a higher hour count to put on the box or the digital store page these days, I guess. Which my understanding, hearing from some of the people who worked on Scott Pilgrim, for example, like, it was my understanding that, at least to a degree, the like grindy RPG progression nature of that game was kind of maybe not implemented wholesale, but like there was pressure from the publisher to extend the game, to make the game longer, to like make progression a thing, because that's like, you know, market research told them that that's what people want. And who am I to say that they were wrong? They probably were right. But I do think that people, I don't know, I wish people weren't so quick to dismiss the idea of a short game based on the idea of it being short. I don't know, it's just it's a very pervasive mindset that confuses me, because I've never understood it. Sharper says, I can't speak for new games, but as far as my retro games, I never rate based on length. However, most well-made games don't stick around long. The ones that are unforgiving and or poorly designed tend to last longer and might see a low rating, but not due to the time taken. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, Sharpie, and I feel similarly. Like I said, a good game, you know, ends when it's appropriate for it to end. I've had games where I think I'm close to the end and it keeps going, and that's super unsatisfying. It gets really frustrating. But if a game is like narratively driven and the story ends, it's like if you read a good novel and it ends, you might be like, man, I want to read the continuation of this. But are you really going to say like, man, I wish there were more pages? You know, if the story ends, the story ends. And I think there's a weird obsession with length and tying value to how long something is, and I just don't think it's healthy, and I think it's unfortunate to see it kind of seep into games where I think the games themselves end up being worse for it. People play games for several reasons. Sometimes you just need to turn your brain off, listen to your podcast while you're playing. I mean, yeah, I think that type of game, there's a room for something like Assassin's Creed or whatever, obviously. That's a good example, actually. I haven't played them, but I heard from a lot of people that Odyssey, for example, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, is like extremely long in a way that even like people who enjoyed it were like, this is a bit much. And like, especially for a game like that, you can do so much with like post game content or like online stuff or whatever, like where, yeah, like you can put stuff for people to do. You don't have to like force that commitment or say that, you know, if you don't do this for this long, it's not going to be fun. I don't know, it's just, that was kind of weird. Yeah, like I said, it's just a pervasive thing that I don't agree with and I don't understand exactly. But that's a big reason why I was so happy with Streets of Rage 4, because that's a game I felt that I was extremely worried that I was going to fall into some of those traps, but it really didn't. It's well paced and it's not too long, and it doesn't have any stupid progression stuff that, like, on paper, I feel like it's a game that might be a tough sell based on, like,
From shadow.
I don't even want to say current trends, but you know. Ooh. Yeah, this is rough here because we're in a tight spot and their wake up attack. It's troublesome. Alright, let's toss him away though. Whoops. But yeah, I love the fact that you get a bunch of these variations of all these enemies here. It's cool. I'm glad that basically the Streets of Rage has like the confidence to say that I meant to jump. Oh well. Yeah, the traps really could be a lot worse here. Nope. Ooh, okay, I was a little lucky there. Even flying enemies that beat them up, like that's usually not a fun thing. I'm impressed with the way this game manages to make potentially super egregious stuff like not nearly as bad as it could be. Not really bad, period. And I've said that before too, but like I just really hope that the success of Streets of Rage 4, which, you know, it seems to me at least that it's been pretty successful, will embolden developers and publishers alike to not feel like you have to do things in that, like, you know, tedious way for it to be like, hey, this is what is expected.
Naughty, naughty.
Do that. Yeah, you move me back automatically anyway.
Time for some discipline.
It's a little hard to see. I'm not sure how this looks on stream, but it's pretty dark. Alright, there we go. I like the camera, how it sort of zooms in and moves around. It works pretty well. Did I see that Double Dragon 4 updated with online? Yeah, I heard about that. They patched in online multiplayer 3 years later. Kind of peculiar, but cool. Why not? I forgot about this.
Whoa, this is botanical.
Just remember what's after this, by the way. I think boss fights, having generally not been the most memorable or like quality aspect of Double Dragon games. I don't know if I love these bosses or anything, but it has proper boss fights. I can easily say that I'm coming out of this enjoying this game, thinking more highly of it than I did previously, for sure. There's a lot of stuff to like about this. Like, I think the things that I didn't like about this game in my memory of it, the things that I felt... Okay, fucked up my audio levels again, but made it quiet this time. There we go. The things that I kind of disagree with conceptually... hasn't really changed. Oh yeah, it's probably soda. I mean, this is pretty stupid. But what the reason I'm coming away from this kind of a different feeling is because there's a lot of, not things that stood out to me or that I remembered as bad, but things that I kind of, I don't know, didn't think of either way. You know, enemy variety, pacing, enemy health, that kind of thing. That, in the context of having played other games that did it a lot worse, I can appreciate that this game actually does a pretty good job with a lot of that stuff. Way better than many other beat-em-ups I've played in the last couple of years. Which reminds me, we haven't actually gotten a lot of achievements throughout. A couple, but not that many. Done with that guy. Oh, okay, so the T-Rex shoots lasers and the shark shoots missiles. I see. Like, I think this, the tank was worse, but this also, of course, has a little bit of that paper doll effect that looks a little bit ghetto. I almost wonder if this wouldn't have looked better in 3D. Like, it would fit better with the characters, I feel. Because, you know, the characters, the human characters are all 3D. So it looks kind of weird when stuff like this is 2D. But it's a pretty unique boss fight, which I can appreciate. But yeah, it's interesting because I would have thought, based on my recollection of having played this game, that the main point of contention, like, would be surrounding the tape stuff and leveling stuff up. Because in my memory of this game, the game is kind of long, it's kind of tedious, and it feels like you're meant to level shit up to make your character stronger in order to make the game feel less slow and tedious. But that is not at all the experience I'm having right now. I feel like it is probably a little longer than it should be. Like, on a micro level, like, each individual enemy encounter feels pretty good. But I think some of these stages, like the fact that you're doing like 2 of each stage, right? There's the 2 space stages, 2 street stages, 2, like, that's maybe not entirely necessary, although making it, like, smooshing them together into one longer stage is maybe not a good idea either, because I don't think the stages, like, the length of each stage, it's already almost a little long. And the fact that, like, even just the pace, not the pace of your, like, decision making and the rhythm of it per se, but, like, because of minor things like the hit stop, floaty jumps and stuff like that, there's just parts of it that I wish could maybe be sped up a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, I feel like I could maybe have ignored the tape stuff and wouldn't really have thought of it, and it basically turns it into an arcade game. Like the shop. Have we even seen a shop? Like, let's even see. We probably missed. Okay, so there was a shop here that we missed apparently, and I think there was a shop. There was a shop here that I guess we missed. But, like, what point? Like, the game wouldn't be that different without the shop, I feel like, because we didn't see any of them. It's just a bit of a slog for this type of, like, if we see this as kind of an arcade style game, it's longer than it probably needs to be. But it's interesting that it just doesn't match with my memory of this. Have I ever played through the Tick on Super Nintendo? Thankfully, no. Disregarding tapes and special attacks make the game really tedious. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm using the knee drop a lot, and if I didn't, and I probably didn't know when I played through this the first time back in the day, I probably didn't know that I can do that, and I didn't leverage that to make the game faster. So maybe I'm that, you know, changing things too. But it's interesting because my first impression playing this today, just getting a feel for the combat, it's like, oh, this feels kind of like River City Girls, huh? But now, 2 or 3 hours later, I definitely think that I like this game better. It's less annoying, but it's also my surprise is that they aren't that similar, in fact, as I thought they might be. Yeah, so people are warning me about pits and difficulty spikes. We'll see how that goes. However, I'm going to take another short break, stretch my legs a little bit. Not just park myself in this chair all day long. And I encourage you to take a little break as well. Or rather, to move around a little bit. A lot of us could probably do well with moving around a little bit more. But I'll be back in a few minutes. See you then, and let's check out the Haunted Forest, I guess. Be right back.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm back. I thought games had to be played for 8 hours in a single block without moving, but I've been doing it wrong. You must be thinking of Australian gaming, especially if it's big Australian gaming. That has to be done at the very least 6 hours at a time. But human video gaming, it tends to work better if you take the occasional break. There's a tape smith on this stage apparently. Let's see if we can find him. Haunted Forest. Let's go. Right, this is the part that I suddenly remembered when I saw the plant. I love, again, the fact that the stages have intro and, like, outro animations and that they sort of geographically tie together. That is shit that I love to see in beat-em-ups, and it's always... I always miss it somewhat when it's not there. Yeah, now we got the surf rock version of this song. It's a little weirdly dark, but that's fine. Alright, sure. Wait, how did she go to the right? Fine, I won't complain. Audio balance is weird in this game. Did I just fall off, or what happened there? Is this Pitfall 3D where touching a slope kills you? Whoops! I guess I fell off. Didn't kill me though, I just took damage. Work. Man, the lighting kind of sucks though. It's like weirdly hard to see anything here. I whip, nope. Nope, okay. Dangerous to dive kick. Touch something, I guess. Confusing as shit. I guess this is Me Bobo or whatever he was called in advance. You got Frost Giant Blue. A Blue Bow. A Boo Boo. So now we get to the actual titular forest here. It's nice. Wow, okay. I should probably be worried that they're this generous, shouldn't I? I sound like I'm hating this? Not at all. I mean, the thing is, the parts that I don't like about this game are so pervasive. I'm impressed with a lot of stuff in this game, especially relative to how I remembered it. But it's like the most foundational core parts of the game that I don't love. I've got Skeleton Williams, that's pretty good. The whole horror theme is, I feel, a little bit out of nowhere, but, you know, I guess it's the tie-in with the whole Skullmageddon thing, which in itself is weird. Dude, okay. I wanted to throw him, but I guess I can't stun these guys. But I mean, it's not too far off from where Double Dragon 3 goes. With mummies and magic and all that shit. Of course, if I thought the game was actually sort of trying to tie into that, I would enjoy it more, but that's not the vibe I get. Why did they turn Double Dragon into Bill and Ted for this game? We may never know. It's really weird. I don't get it. Alright, Skeleton Linda. That was satisfying. Well, I guess we'll do this. Oh, hey, I didn't fall down. Oh, boy. Bit rough, but... Nice, nice. Quick with arrows. Oh, boy. Skeleton ninjas. Why not, I guess. Okay, that was pretty good. Juggled. Ooh, I'm out of juice. Ooh, I shouldn't try to use the whip. It's so fucking slow. Oh, nice. Ooh, still a lot of meter here. The boss is death. Yeah, if only we'd so lucky. Infinite armor. Is that a skeleton thing, or is that just this game? I feel like the absorb tape has done me well also. Just making me... giving me a lot more leeway to be sloppy and not get punished too hard. I mean, it's obviously not the speed strat. We could, you could be doing a lot more damage and kill things faster, but like I said, on a micro level, the pacing and, you know, such doesn't bother me really. Okay, do I do a running jump kick or something over this? Just barely. Still, I mean, if this is as stupid as traps get in this game, that's pretty civilized by Double Dragon standards. I may have spoken slightly too soon, but I should have not thrown that. But fine, it's fine. Actually, I can just grab it. Speaking of things that this game does better than River City Girls, at least if you toss a weapon into something and it bounces off of it, it does not hurt you coming back like it does in that game. What are the odds that I'll actually get to use this key? Well, I'm not gonna die from it, so let's try it.
I'm worried about Marion.
Do I know about the Game Boy Color stuff done by the Technos guys? Not off the top of my head. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Whatever it is, it would not have been something that came up in my... Oh yeah, I have the key. Right, I forgot. In my Double Dragon research, at least. But I'll admit, you know, as much as I enjoy Techno stuff, I'm not super well read on their less well-known stuff. So by all means, please enlighten me. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. Dude, what? Okay, sure. Whoa. Got slightly visually confusing. No meter. I like that the sound when you try to use stuff and have no meter is at least very clear. Never lose, huh? RCG was neat, but full of boneheaded design choices, like no iframes during throws. Yeah, it's. I agree. Like, to me, at least, I felt like there was stuff that was like, how would anyone who's a fan of this genre design things this way and think it's good? That's a harsh way of putting it, but like, yeah, stuff that just seemed to me, on its surface anyway, like obviously not a good idea. I didn't end up enjoying that game all that much. Double Dragon designer, some other post. I mean, yeah, I guess it would make sense that it's post Technos. Made a couple of X-Men GBC games and a game based on Blade that it's absolutely amazing. You know, Game Boy Color is actually a fairly big blind spot, I would say. As far as like Game Boy Color exclusive stuff, it's not something I know very well. That's great. I should have dropped this thing, but I guess I'm not sure if I knew how to do that. Whatever. It doesn't really matter all that much. I may have looked at some of that stuff on occasion, Makar, like seen it once or twice, but definitely can't claim that I'm particularly familiar with them. So it sounds like something I should definitely check out.
Listen here, lad.
This stuff's like, this is weird too. Like, speaking of, as I mentioned, this game being polished, I don't know what's up with the font in these menus and stuff. It looks extremely ghetto and doesn't fit in with anything. This, like, it's so weird that there's like 2 of these in the entire game. Oh, so okay, we pay this and now we can pick up more tapes to power this up even further? Is that the idea?
Bring me more mithril.
I guess so. Blade game, probably my favorite GBC game off the top of my head. That's awesome. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I couldn't say what my favorite GBC game is because I don't really know any. Like, I guess by default I would say Metal Gear is cool. WWF Betrayal is kind of hilarious, but I don't know that it's actually good. And like, yeah, like I said, it's like I never had a Game Boy Color. I never had a Game Boy Advance for that matter either. And I feel like there's probably cool. I mean, obviously WayForward did a bunch of stuff, and there's probably other good Western games, but I feel like Game Boy Color, a lot of the interesting stuff probably is Japanese, and I wouldn't have seen that at the time, of course. But I think also the Game Boy Color's tenure, like its lifespan, came at a time where I was probably not. I was more judgmental, I think, of not necessarily older games, but like I would have just not been very interested because I would have felt like the Game Boy Color was like, wow, it's so pathetic. It still has only 32 colors or whatever. Like, what is this shit? I'm busy playing fucking Quake 3 or whatever, you know? So I probably didn't pay much attention. I guess we'll upgrade stuff here. GBC library is like 8,000 licensed games and stuff like Blade. Secretly, a new Double Dragon is amazing. And then there's weird Japanese games only released in the West, like Return of the Ninja. Yeah, what I think of, I guess what I'm thinking of also is like weird portable versions of games like Daikatana and Turok and Tomb Raider, some of which I know are regarded as pretty decent. We'll do this, I guess.
Bring me more mithril.
So do I? Whatever. I guess I need to collect a shit ton of tapes for this to really matter, but whatever.
That's a one-hit wonder.
I remember a friend of mine was like really into Turok on Game Boy Color. Yeah, so I was only at 6, so upgrading it like doesn't really matter at this point. Absorb was getting close to 10 at least. But yeah, that's the thing, like when I say this game is like better paced and structured than I remembered it, I stand by that. But it's also, I think that might change. Well, I don't mean to say that my opinion is going to change greatly, but like it's going to be recontextualized by the fact that you clear the game, and then if you replay it, you bring your old stats into it, and then I guess you're meant to play on higher difficulty levels to have that scale with your stats and stuff. Moment when I realized the tape collecting grind doesn't max out at 10 probably ruined the game for me. Yeah, it's like I can see that for sure. Can I stand under these? Yeah, okay, good. Just can't do my main shit, I guess. All the ninjas keep jumping into it, that's good. Well, even if I get hit by it, I can use the... I can cancel my airborne hit stun into the knee, so that's good. I meant to pick the thing up. Ouch. That's hurt pretty bad, actually. Oh boy, I almost... No! Oop, okay. No, I've tried to just fucking walk. I just wanted to do something to give myself health. That's stupid. That's fine. At least there's like, yeah. None of these sections go on for too long. Oh. Alright. This didn't feel like the difficulty spike that I felt chat you know, painted it as, but that's fine. I'm not going to complain that sailing is too smooth. Neon Fortress. All right. But yeah, I think especially in hindsight, I feel like all of the stuff that this game does with its structure and its pacing and the grind and all that stuff, like, I feel the more I play it, the more impressed I am at how restrained it is. Because I feel like it could easily have been so much less restrained. Did she just whip me without a whip? What happened there? Like, it isn't super grindy, it isn't super long, like, it's... Just trying to think of this game as, how it would have been received, or like what would have been expected of a game like this at the time. Like, you can see some of it in the fact that it has the map screen and the shop and like leveling up and stuff, but those parts aren't really that pervasive. I'm trying to roll over here, goddammit. Is he gonna explode? No, he just stood up. Also, I guess the forest didn't really follow the previous pattern of like 2 stages per environment or whatever. Trying to down attack, but the wall bounce. Let's do that, I guess. Yeah, the plant surfing part didn't go too bad. Can't complain. Like the fact that the game has lives and infinite continues, but like you have limited lives for each level. I think it's like a reasonable compromise for making it feel, you know, making it feel modern is maybe not the best way of putting it, but like aligning it better with what I think the expectations would be for the average person playing games in 2012. Like, I think Streets of Rage 4 did it really well in presenting that as, like, the default. Like, I think Streets of Rage 4, the arcade mode is, like, the real game. It's clearly designed... Like, the arcade mode isn't some weird afterthought. I feel like that's basically how the game is meant to be played. But in, like... In order to not scare off casual players and in order to facilitate learning the game better... In the game itself, like the story mode in that game is framed as like the main, the default mode. I guess main and default can be different things. And this game, by comparison, doesn't have an arcade mode. I think the game would be better if it did, with a little bit of a qualifier there. If the game was just the exact same, you know, playing it with no saves, I don't think that's great. But if the game was tweaked enough to sort of allow for a sensible arcade mode, I think it would make the game better. Like taking out the leveling up aspects, or at least scaling it to make sense for a single playthrough. Having an actual score system. You know, not making the game 3 to 4 hours long. But because that isn't a thing, I don't know. It's not as good as a game like Streets of Rage 4. Although, I mean, I think this game isn't as good for, like, a lot of other reasons. Pacing, structure-wise, whatever. I think it's an example of how this game falls a little short. Oh, come on. Oh. Come on. The iframes are kind of out of control. Somehow dodged something there. Somehow no enemy seems to have stepped on that trap somehow, but... Alright, you can't do that, I forgot. It definitely does feel like it's getting a little more... Turning into a little bit more of a slog here, but... Like, these enemies have a lot more HP. Granted, if I had different tapes, or I was better at actually gleaming. They'd die faster, but... Trying to dodge, but it's not working very well. You can OTD. Yeah, it makes sense. I just mean that, like, when I say it doesn't work, I mean my general approach of thinking that I will have time to do it doesn't work. More so than meaning that it strictly is not technically possible. Real triumph for Streets of Rage 4 is not having continues at all. Yeah, I mean, I think that's That works better than throwing things at him. Should have just punched that thing. Maybe not. Oh shit, I didn't see that thing. So you get refills. Again, even a section like this, which is like kind of stupid, it's could have been a lot worse, I feel. Over here? No. Is the game as unreadable up close as it is on my stream? Well, I'm not watching your stream, so I guess I can't say for sure. But could be better. I haven't thought of it as a major issue, but it probably could be better. Also, I just noticed Zeronian. I'm not sure if I noticed or thank you for following, but thank you very much. Now, the priority for grabbing stuff is weird. I definitely had issues with accidentally picking up weapons when trying to grab dudes and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't like the way their like wake-up animations are designed. Just making it hard to tell what state they're in. It's something, I guess. Murph handles those guys on a fresh save via Gleam plus Power Gambit, but that's not for mortals. Yeah, I feel like I'm happy enough. Like, so far, I wanted to jump, but I was close enough to the door. Accidental doors. That was even worse in River City Girls, but it's kind of funny to see that here, too. Yeah, I'm happy to stick with the Absorb tape, just for a little extra insurance. So far, it hasn't felt... Enemies haven't felt that tanky to the point where it's been like a major annoyance or anything. I'd be more annoyed having to replay a level, I think. This stage is like kind of cool, but I wish it had a little more of the classic like Double Dragon Fortress base feel to it. With a kind of real sort of, you know, almost dungeon-like, you know, carved into a mountain feel to it, as opposed to this neon temple, whatever. It's alright, but... That's with many things in the game, I guess. It's alright, but... So the things I would have maybe liked, like, could have done it in a way that would have satisfied my whims. Nope, okay. This guy is definitely not very fun. Nope, okay. Like, it's just unclear when enemies become vulnerable after waking up, which feel satisfying to me. Is this entire game normal enemies, then robots you throw, then an abobo that busts out the back? I wouldn't say so. Because there's definitely been, you know, stages that had more environmental gimmicks. Like, as far as enemy types and patterns, like I said, I think it's the level of variety is above average for a Double Dragon game, for sure. Nice. I should have canceled that, but that's fine. Alright, these guys have guns. Toss it all the way over there? Oh, could have. This actually I find a little bit hard to read because it's like characters are so small and like it's hard to keep track of the entire screen. I threw it too early. I missed him. Oh boy. It wouldn't be Double Dragon if the last stage didn't get a bit bullshit, I guess, huh? That worked out better than I thought it would. Is there as much variety as Arcade Double Dragon 3 Egypt? I mean, it's kind of up there. I don't know. It depends on which version you mean, I guess. The NES platforming was kind of sick. I mean, we don't have to spell Jehovah or whatever, but it's not bad. Like, the game has actual variety in basic enemies. Not a ton, but more than a lot of Double Dragon games. Oh boy. Whoops. I missed the button. My finger slipped. Oh shit, I don't have super. Shouldn't try to do the knee. I can't believe I didn't fall down there. Shit, I couldn't cancel. Well, we have 4 extra lives, so I think we'll be okay. Ah. Fucked up, but that's fine. You know what? I should have just went up here. Oh, oh well. I got 3 lives. Like, enemies have like armor and stuff, but I can't determine at all whether I hurt them or not. You still get hit stop. Like, is he armoring through all my moves and not taking damage, or am I hitting him every time? There's definitely stuff like that where I feel the game could do a far better job of communicating mechanics through visuals. Walk animation is so fucking ugly. Let's get some tape and cash. I don't think we'll get into another store though, but that's fine. Well, was there a shop on this stage? I forget. I don't quite have the run cancel timing down, I think, but works well enough. There was. Okay, I passed it, of course. Like, what? What's up with that? I guess the shops are a reference to Double Dragon 3, maybe? I don't know. But again, I mean, it's all about... Okay, I guess there were keys. Okay, there are. Okay, I see. Oh, whatever. If there's like a great reward... It's not going to be in the middle because that would be obvious, right? Or maybe it was. Yes. Stupid. I don't know. Yeah, you don't need the shop. Like it's one of those things. Like I'm glad you don't have to go do a bunch of shopping, but that kind of begs the question of why the system's even in the game. Yeah, like River City Girls felt like you had to do that stuff more often.
Run, Skullmageddon. Now where's Marion?
Oh, where are my manners? I haven't introduced you to the new and improved Marion. I call her Evil Marion.
I'm bad.
You evil jerk! You're going down!
Silence, Nod Sniffer.
Like aside again from the tonal issues, I like this part. Like I think Evil Marion looks cool. I think it's cooler, kind of more interesting take on the whole weird Marion spell magic shit than her being gunned down and then off screen. It's like, oh, maybe she's alive. Maybe Linda is a necromancer now. This song is pretty awesome too, by the way. Oh, I guess I died. This infinite fucking hitbox on his sword. Is this a... Okay, I thought it was a cutscene or something. Oh, I'm trying to roll. God dang it. No, I tried to roll again. I think I'm dead. Yeah, it's hard to just read the life bar.
This is pointless. I am a master of space and time. Follow me if you dare.
Oh, believe me, I dare. I double dragon dare.
Ugh. Some of the dialogue is a bit much.
I'm finally free. Ugh, you don't want to know what I've just been through.
But he's gone now.
I'll use the power of love to send you after him.
Wicked!
Oh, and I'm pretty sure human bodies can't survive this transition, so
What?
It'll be fine. Just go.
I forgot this part. Hey, Ann, what's up? Love this guy because he sounds like Skeletor. Yeah, like, I don't dislike Skullmageddon as a character or a concept. I just think it's a weird thing for Double Dragon.
Different. Well, no turning back now.
Yeah, like the character designs, overall, I like in this game. I think Marion and Evil Marion are both really cool. Like Skullmageddon, for that type of character, I think is cool. I like his voice. I like his personality and style and everything. Down left for secret. Oh yeah, you mentioned something about giving advice. I'm fine with that. Did I just? Oh, I'm on a ladder, I guess. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Yeah, the robot stuff I don't care much for here, but I get why there's 2 keys and 3 of these. Whoops! That's not the right button. I wonder if I... Well, so much for that key. But hey, we got a couple of 1-ups. Oh, the running is so ugly. Oh, the animation, like... Yeah. I really don't like the way Billy and Jimmy look and move in general in this game. Even more so with this weird robot, whatever.
We've been training well.
Yeah, this is a little interesting. You know, it's like fucking Arabian Magic or Arabian Fight. Like, I always get the two of them mixed up. The Sega one, where enemies come into the screen like that. So I guess this is just meant to demonstrate how infinitely powerful we are. Still get fucked up though. This fucking walk.
You've taken my pride. You scrapped my rocket dojo, laid waste to my laboratory, broke my televisions, and murdered countless Williamses. All I wanted was a date. This ends now.
Okay, go skull him again. Yeah, I don't like this design much, but. Gleaming successfully. Oh yeah, right. Parts doesn't seem so bad so far anyway. Am I crazy for thinking the sound balance in this game is like super weird? I feel like anytime there's like overlapping explosions and stuff, like audio just goes completely insane. Even if it's not crazy loud per se, it's just like it just sounds terrible. Oh shit. He's flashing. I do like that they have that. It would have been really nice to have boss life bars, but you know, I'll concede that not all beat 'em ups have that, and Double Dragon in particular, like, never had that. So, but at least like having the enemies or bosses flash. Cancel that. Gives you some indication. Fucking run. Oh, here's the one-up. Oh, wait. They were all items. Okay. Oh, wow. This is kind of an obnoxious fight. It's not really like tedious or difficult. I'm landing hits fairly regularly. Granted, I might have had more trouble without those extra one-ups at the beginning. But it's just, like... When you spend the entire game lamenting how awkwardly slow and sluggish you are, it's kind of annoying to fight a boss that can teleport all over the place. Like almost dead. Oh, I'm fully dead, I guess. Like, getting knocked away like that is just annoying. Like, regardless of how much of an effect it has, it just doesn't feel great. Go up here, I guess. That works. Run 2 miles over there. Oh. Collect some of this for our next playthrough. That's extremely out of sync. Yeah. Like, the achievement unlock is supposed to be timed to him saying that he's giving us a medal. It's kind of weird that...
Nice guitar solo. Play faster, Williams.
Yeah. It's weird. I wonder if that's a back compat thing because I'm playing on Xbox One.
Remember all the friendship I brought into your life. Williams, a Bobo, and Linda, together they skin ya forever. My loyal color guard, and I, a magical skeleton, a render to gelatin, because I dare to dream, and in my dream I made Marianne my girlfriend, and in my dream we lived happily, she and me. Back to reality. But it was not meant to be. They caught wind and they came after me. I never expected to see Billy Lee. Barry had time to prepare. They were fast on their way to my lair. The tick and the plant and the bike got caught unaware. Yes, my crowd is in love. They were on the tear and I had to be fast. But they fought right back. I'll be back. I'll return one day to antagonize you, Billy and Jimmy.
I like this ending. Like the very, very end, I mean, with Marion. Although it's kind of weird that she's like on the moon or whatever. You would think she'd be back on Earth. Oh, no, like the credits is cool. It's a good song, and I think that it's kind of cute and clever. But yeah, I'm playing this on Xbox One, and maybe there's a back compact thing that's causing the audio sync issues, because it's the last time I saw that, whatever version that was, whatever console I was playing it on, definitely did not go out of sync like that. 232, but that's only counting actual in-game time, not menus or shit like that. But it felt long. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the music is, I think, the one part of this game that's essentially unassailable, given that what the concept of the game is. All of this, the music that's more or less a straight adaptation of original Double Dragon music, I think is it's all great. Some of it's kind of inventive and interesting, and a lot of the original music is good too. Thanks for all the GGs, by the way. Glad I never played the full game. Well, you hate everything, D, so it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, like, these designs, I mean, even in the illustration, they look better than they do in the game, I think, but yeah, Billis and Jimmy's design are by far the ones I like the least. And even, again, like the illustrations I don't like really, but they look even worse with the proportions and the weird camera angle for the poses. And I don't like, especially for this game when it's like in 3D, it bothers me that they have the same hairstyle. Like they're literally palette swaps. Even in like several of the 2D games, especially the more recent ones before this, I mean, going back as far as Return of Double Dragon, Billy and Jimmy had different hairstyles in game. And if you look at artwork and portraits, they pretty much always had different hairstyles. So it's annoying to me that they didn't do that. Yeah, Marion looks cool. Her face looks kind of weird on the model, but this guy, the whole shop thing is, I guess, I was gonna say, I guess he was meant to have a different appearance per shop, but he probably did. We just didn't fucking find any of the shops. Tape Smith. Like, I don't really give a shit about all this stuff. Yeah, I like the illustration there of Williams. He looks kind of gross in the game. Weird chin. But it's still a, like, nice design with a lot of character. Yeah, Linda's really cool. Yeah, I like these all different versions. Like, I'm sad, I guess, that we didn't get all these versions, but there's a good amount that's in the game. And I like that the Mohawk Linda's there, even if she's pretty different from... Well, I was going to say, even though she's different from Double Dragon 2, I guess every Linda in this is pretty different from every other version. I'm not in love with the Bobo's design, but it's alright, I guess. Yeah, the background art doesn't interest me all that much. Oh, these are so annoying to fight. I mean, pretty consistently, the illustrations look way better than the in-game stuff, but I feel like that's true for like literally every game, so can't complain much about that. I guess it looks like a Bobo was meant to like climb a building at some point. But yeah, like for the different enemy types you get in the game, it's definitely cool that they bring so many like actual visual varieties, like different, not just colors and stuff, some head swaps, and then from there like totally different costumes and models altogether. This is interesting. If you look at Billy here, he's got a kind of a different look, and even the angle, like he doesn't look like not paying any attention to the scene, the environment, but just the way Billy is rendered on screen. The perspective of his like feet and like the camera angle, the fact that we're seeing him more from the front as opposed to like from the top, like this looks so much better than the way it looks in the actual game. It's kind of weird to me. Oh yeah, these characters. This enemy was maybe the most annoying. I guess she shows up late enough in the game that there's not like she doesn't really have any variations, I don't think, visually. But at least we don't see the same one like throughout the entire game. Kind of a weird character. Oh yeah, Bimmy and Jammy. Like this stuff is, I don't know, it doesn't do much for me. Like it's so like doubling down on like the humor part that I don't find particularly funny. But yeah, you see what I mean here. It's pretty small on screen, I guess, but I can't like zoom in, can I? No. But if you see on the picture on the right, that's like actually Billy the way he looks in the game, and in the center, he looks way better. Like he doesn't have that weird top-down hunchback look. It's weird. Armored skeletons, Jiangxis. Yeah, like that looks so much better. Why didn't they do it like that? Ugh. Actually, this guy, these were the worst enemies, for sure. Yeah, Evil Marion. I mean, I love all these concepts, actually. He looks cool with the spike, like extra spiky jacket and like kind of different dress. But I like the version they went with, too. If it wasn't so sluggish to play, it'd be a decent game. I think it would be unfair to say this game isn't decent. I think it's decent. Would I go so far as to call it good? Maybe. But I can think of several games I'd probably recommend over this one. Although, I mean, if you're playing on like 360, off the top of my head, I can't think of many beat-em-ups that would have been released for that console that I would have preferred. I feel like now, if you're on like PS4, there's a lot of older arcade games you can buy. There's some actual modern beat-em-ups, but like on 360, I think there's kind of slim pickings. Like everything that came out around that time was, I mean, I guess there was the Double Dragon 1 port that was eventually discontinued, and the Turtles in Time remake or whatever. But I feel like most XBLA stuff within this genre was either just low budget and kind of crappy, or tedious RPG stuff. Any unlockable playable characters in this game? No. It's just Billy and Jimmy. They were definitely going for full camp and then hung a dozen lampshades on it. Yeah, it's... Yeah, tone... Like, I don't particularly like the tone of this. I think they did a good job of executing on that concept, generally. But the concept itself, I don't care much for. It's on the cusp of good. I mean, if it's a binary, is this game good or bad? I probably would have, based on my previous recollections of this game, said it's probably on the side of bad. Now I'm more inclined to say that it's on the side of good, but that's with a lot of qualifiers. Like, I think it has a lot of issues with like the super core fundamentals of it, but it does certain things a lot better than many other modern beat-em-ups. If I can be honest, Scott Pilgrim is a better game. May not have been, like, artistically, it doesn't go for stupid jokes. I mean, I think, I haven't played Scott Pilgrim enough to have a strong opinion on it, but my impressions of what I have played is that the presentation in that game is excellent. And it probably feels alright on a core basis, but I don't remember it having a lot of interesting variety to it, and the whole RPG stuff is a lot more overwhelming in that game. It is pretty much sort of in the background in this game. Oh yeah, this stupid thing. It's quality 3D model there. I'm not personally one for like review scores really, but I think this game, it's okay. I like it better than I did based on my memory of it. That's pretty cool to see, like, early in development. Nice, they have like straight up just have the Rocketeer helmet. Like early in development screenshots, that's cool. Wow. I'm glad this didn't make it, honestly. This looks like it would have been not fun, apart from it just being kind of stupid. Guys, remember Gremlins? Remember Short Circuit? Whatever, remember The Fly? I don't know. Lily? I guess this was probably meant as like an unlockable or like an extra character or something, which I definitely would have liked. Hey, we're cultured. Nice. Yeah, the game is... It's difficult to find a word to describe it, because, yeah, what you're saying, Jay, is true. Like, as far as, like, the pace of inputs, as far as decision-making, like, it's not boring because things are happening at too slow a rate, but it's more that the rhythm, like, to which things are happening on screen, like, doesn't feel as immediately satisfying as I would have wished, I guess. Like, a lot of individual parts move pretty slowly.
Hey, Robro, press this on the level map.
Trigger, bumper, stick, trigger, bumper, stick, and then, okay. I mean, I guess we might as well try and see what it does. Yeah, can you continue, or, yeah, let's continue, I guess. Huh, okay. Weird. So if we play on normal, we start a new game, but there's also a save data for Dragon, which I guess is hard. Actually, let's... Whoops. So we go to new game. What? Okay, it's still... wait. So maybe you have to do continue, like, on a new game. Why do you even get that prompt, then? That's confusing. But this is, like, new game plus. What a weird structure. So, if I do this, we're not even going to go to the map screen, are we? Let's try it, I guess? Okay, so now we can pick. Okay. So we can load... What? This is confusing. So I can load the Dragon difficulty save state, but we're playing on normal. Oh, shit. I guess this doesn't work on Xbox One. Yeah, because as part of the code, you have to press back and start at the same time. But because I'm playing on Xbox One, if I press the Xbox button, this happens. But if I want to bring up the 360 Xbox button, I press back and start, and this happens. Well, I press menu and I press boxes and hamburger, I guess. But, well, okay. Cool. Does anyone know off the top of their head what this cheat code is supposed to do? I don't really have an intention of playing this game more anyway, but... That's kind of funny. Anyway, all things considered, like I said, I'm having a more positive impression of this game now than I had a week ago, I guess, or whatever, 4 hours ago. But I still think most of my sort of issues with the game. Well, I shouldn't say most of my issues. I had a mental picture of what this game was that it was not entirely accurate. Google says it unlocks the robot mode. Okay, yeah, I figured it was something to do because it said, "Hey, Robro" on the screen, so I figured it would be robot something or other. So does that mean you just kill everything in one hit? Probably, I guess. Or you just look stupid. I was like, hey, why did the music go all quiet? No, it's just me bumping into my volume thing again. Yeah, but like, I really appreciate. I mean, especially in light of the issues I had with River City Girls, which I don't know how much of an overlap there was in staff. I know a lot of the key staff at WayForward is the same. Like the leads, creative leads and stuff, are pretty much the same as they've kind of always been. Some of them, at least. But I don't know the designers. Like, it might be a very different staff. But even so, like, I'm surprised, I guess, to see like stuff like the spongy enemies, which I thought was a really annoying thing in River City Girls, to see that not really be a thing here. Only in the last stage and only a few enemy types, and even then, because of the power-up system with the gleam and everything. Like, there are kind of ways around it. And not just compared to that game, but in general, I think many modern beat-em-ups have issues, I mean, many old ones too, with very spongy enemies and waves that have too many enemies in them. I think this game is longer than it probably should be, but it still handled those things a lot more deftly than I thought it would, honestly. Because my memory of this game was that it was kind of tedious. And to me, this wasn't super fun. Like, it was okay, it was fine. But in terms of, like, which games that we've played would I be excited to go back to? Just immediately off the top of my head, Double Dragon Advance was super fun. Double Dragon 1, the arcade version, or the Mega Drive version for that matter, like, those games I feel like I could just play through once and have fun. Like this, if I want to play this game and play through it, it's a bit of a commitment because it's a bit on the long side, it's a bit sluggish, it's a bit tedious. Like, Return of Double Dragon, I think this is better than that game because that game got stupid and annoying and you're kind of overly reliant on the super moves, which are not fun to use. Doing like the knee and comboing in some of the special moves, and there's a bunch of stuff we didn't even really try with the other special moves. Like, there's stuff you can do in this game that is fun and that feels good. But on the whole, it's not constantly fun and good feeling in a way that I think a game like this should aspire to be. Didn't a bunch of WayForward people leave for Yacht Club? Some. I mean, I don't know the team super well, but I recognize some of the names at least. I know of some people, mostly names I can't remember off the top of my head, but people who I know worked on River City Girls, like who were like contractors, artists and stuff. And maybe some of them work at WayForward now, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, there's, I would imagine, at least some overlap in staff and some overlap in like general design philosophy and what they want to do with the game. Because there's a few things that I think feel similar. I basically would have expected, but again, not purely based just on River City Girls, but based on my expectations of modern beat-em-ups. There's just things that I feel I'm a little bit surprised that this game does as good as it does based on how many other games seem to struggle with it. The difficulty progression of this game is fine. I agree. People were like warning me about difficulty spikes on the forest stage, but I mean, I guess I could have died a lot on the surfing part at the beginning, but that went fine. Even the trap stuff never gets too annoying. Like, the game never really gets that annoying. The final stage maybe has a few annoying parts, but overall, like, in the final boss, like, fake Mega Man was kind of annoying, but it's, yeah, it doesn't get too annoying. I think that's, like, the two worst things you can say about a beat-em-up is, like, if it gets annoying or if it gets boring. Like, the Mega Drive port of Double Dragon 3 was annoying because you can't hit enemies without taking damage. And even if you get iframes from at Wake Up, so you can, like, it's not super hard, it's not fun because it's annoying when that shit happens all the time. You can have a game that's really hard, but like, hard and annoying aren't synonymous. They don't always come together. They often do, but not always. And this game does a pretty good job of not being annoying. And it totally, frankly, many Double Dragon games get kind of annoying. I mean, the NES games, Double Dragon 2 is a game that's well regarded, and I think it's well made in a lot of ways. It looks and sounds awesome. It doesn't play, well, I was going to say it doesn't play poorly. It does have weird input lag, but it has a lot of difficulty spikes and platforming stuff, and it's very unforgiving in parts that make it annoying for me. So that's why I don't really like that game as much as many other people do. But yeah, people have different opinions on that thing. I know River City Girls has been like super well received from what I can see. Like, people, I've seen a lot of people express a lot of I mean, I'm not talking about like beat 'em up pros or whatever, but just like on Twitter or whatever, like, the art and everything was obviously well received, deservedly so, but I feel like people have, I've seen a lot of people express like, wow, this is such an awesome game. And to me, it's like immediately frustrating and annoying, even if there are parts about it that I think are cool. So I guess people just care about different parts of the experience and then sort of latch on to different things. River City Ransom Underground is pretty good. I thought that was really bad. Thanks for following, Rhino Rancor. I mean, it has great art. I think it's like, it doesn't feel terrible, but like it's got a handful of highly crippling flaws. With the, like, it's confusing, the difficulty balancing was weird, like every single screen has like 10,000 people who wants to kill you, leveling up was not handled very well. I didn't finish it. I should come back to it at some point, but yeah, the parts I liked were overshadowed by the parts that I found annoying. I feel like Streets of Rage 4 did it best in terms of a reboot. I think Streets of Rage 4 is a great modern beat-em-up, period. And they definitely did the right thing by basically not trying to reinvent the wheel. What they did in Streets of Rage 4 mechanically with the juggle system, the scoring, like a lot of this stuff I think is great. But by and large, like, it succeeds by not throwing what made the original games fun away. Definitely seen some FGC folks who love the combo system in RCG. Like, you can do cool stuff in it, but that stuff is like weirdly situational, and you get hit out of stuff, and enemies are like more skilled, like enemies are more capable than you are in some ways with like faster attacks and iframes and shit. That just annoyed me to no end. And like every single move has like 80 frames of startup. There's a huge chunk of moves that are kind of useless. Grappling is awful and it doesn't feel good. And much like what I said about this, like, even though this game doesn't do an awful lot with the kind of RPG-ish aspects, I still think that they don't improve on the game in any way. Like, if you reshuffle things a little bit to take that out and to take away the necessity for it, the need for it, it would have made the game better. And I think Streets of Rage 4 isn't exactly proof of that, but it is an example to point to, you know, when making that kind of claim, in that, hey, you don't need that shit. This stuff is still fun. I mean, you could look at Final Fight or whatever. Like, those arcade games are still super fun. Getting actual combos in RCG feels like a mini game that you get to do aside from the actual combat. I guess I haven't played it recently enough to confidently say anything specific about it, but yeah, like, you could do cool juggles and stuff, but I don't feel like that was fully reflective of, like, you see clips on Twitter and stuff, but I don't feel like that's really reflective of how the game is to play. And it has really bad, like, scaling of enemy stats and stuff, and honestly, I think the single worst part about that game is, like, it doesn't have any enemies that die quickly. Like, every enemy takes too many hits. Listen to this music all day. It's not bad. It's not bad. Anyway, we're done with Double Dragon Neon, which means oh, okay. Xbox screensaver kicking in there. We're done with Neon, and we're gonna move on. I mean, however you may have felt about this game, positive or negative, we're gonna move on to a game that I think, well, first of all, I think many people don't know about, but people who do know anything about this game do not have a very positive impression of it. And it's going to be exciting to see if we can even get anywhere in this next game. The next game is going to be Double Dragon 2 Wander of the Dragons. And yeah, it's pretty infamous. Did I like DD4? I thought it was okay. It's not what I would have wanted the game called Double Dragon 4 to be. But we're going to play that in a while, a few hours maybe, however long it takes to get through Wander of the Dragons or be done with it. But I thought Double Dragon 4 was okay. That's my main memory of it. It didn't really stick with me. I remember it was too difficult, except when you used the invincible headbutt, which made it too easy instead. So I do kind of, my memory of it is that it wasn't super fun because of that. But I'm looking forward to replaying it to see if we feel any different today. But I'm going to take another short break. I need to do some setup here. We're going to change consoles, and then we're going to try out Wander of the Dragons. I'm excited. Be right back in a couple of minutes.